What's What's up guys, Sal here. So if you follow smartphone news, then you probably know that rollable smartphones are the next big thing, stealing the thunder from foldable phones, so to speak. It's a futuristic concept and one no commercially available smartphone has right now, though we have seen some concepts or prototypes from the likes of Oppo. Today at CES, Samsung Display, the unit of Samsung Electronics which designs and produces display for Samsung and others, has unveiled a range of new OLED panel options including rollable smartphones, giving us a hands-on look at what we can expect from the company in the future. Keep in mind that these are not the final retail devices but more of prototype units, but they should give us an idea of what to look forward to when it comes to the future of smartphones. First up, here's Samsung's Flex Slidable OLED display technology, aka rollable smartphone. It looks like a regular phone until you press a button at the side which makes the panel slide out for a bigger screen. One of the knocks against the foldable phones is that there is a visible crease on the display where the phone folds in half. That's less of a concern for a rollable device since there's minimal bending going on, the screen just rolls out. Also, if you notice, Samsung's approach to this concept is way better than Oppo's. Oppo's device takes the better part of 2 or 3 seconds to fully extend. It's slow enough that you might not bother if you are in a hurry to check map directions. But that's not the case with Samsung's rollable. It quickly slides in and out, making it a practical unit. There's one thing that still bothers me, and is that the display is exposed all the time, and that's not a good thing as foldable displays are still prone to scratches. So it will be interesting to see how they tackle this, but it's certain that this is where we're heading in the evolution of foldable technology and can't wait to see what they bring us to the table. Moving on, Samsung also showcased Flex S and G OLED panels. When folded twice, the device can be used as a conventional smartphone, and when it's unfolded, it gives you a significant expansion of the screen real estate. In one prototype, there's also a thick bezel on the left-hand side of the device when unfolded, hosting the cameras and giving you an area to grip the handset. The Flex G panel, in my opinion, is more practical as it allows the multi-fold with an inward fold. This unique G shape of the panel allows for the display to be protected from external impact or scratches all the time, and I can see Samsung adopting this technology for one of their future foldables. Now, these foldable panels are not just limited to smartphones. Samsung is also bringing it to the laptops. Called the Flex Note, it offers a large display panel. It functions like a 13-inch laptop when folded and is a 17-inch wide monitor when unfolded. That doesn't sound like much, but like I've said in the past, measuring screen diagonal sizes with foldables is now irrelevant because you get much more screen surface area with just a couple of inches more in screen size. Also, since this is an infolding type, the display remains protected all the time. All in all, the new prototypes, especially the slidable phones, certainly get me excited for the future. There's no saying when this technology will find its way inside Samsung smartphones, but if the rumors are anything to go by, it should be in 2023. Let me know what do you think down in the comments, and as always, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you remember there was a time when
you can get caught on a basketball court and be running for 7 minutes straight without a time.
Bana çarpacak, bak gördün mü bak. Ha. Ha, gördün mü?
Kandırılan onlar. Üniversiteleri açan onlar.
What they've been up to. straws. I almost hit that car.
I know you really need to be careful. You've almost crashed twice already.
I can't really see that well.
Sin.
Oh, damn.
And then after that, there's like. Someone crashed into my apartment. Are you okay?
This guy really hit not one, but two and threes.
What the You hit both our fucking cars, bro. Call the police, bro.
What are you doing, dog? Dog, you're tripping, homie.
No, you know what? That was my bad, dude. Let me just park good. I'll park good, homie. No, I'll park good.
I got your license plate, bro. Don't try nothing. I got it. Don't worry. What the dog? Dog, you're fucking kidding me. Oh, you.
Watch my brother crash my brand new car.
Sitting courtside, Knicks and Nets give me high five. Nigga, I be spiked out. I could trip a referee.
We don't talk about that. We really don't talk about that. This time on, we don't talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I would record that shit. Watch where the fuck you going.
What the niggas playing GTA?
Oh my God.
Y'all well dressed, but you ain't got soul and you just can't sew it on. I'm trying to tell y'all boys, I got a few songs I can.
Jesus Christ.
这个博物院后面有一个加热器，把我们车子撞了，还在撞呢，这个人。一辆车子是无价啊，来看这个在撞呢，在。
And very soon, on some of these tasks, it's already doing better than we are. It will do everything better than we do. But there'll be an open question: is there something that is like to be one of these machines? Are these machines conscious?
Ja, dan wordt weer gaat als vanuit zo zwaar gegaan. Oei. Oei, oei, oei. Wat was dat dan?
Ja, dat gebeurde achter mij iets. Oei.
He's so bad. Flying.
Roll this beast. Roll this beast.
Oopsie doopsie, I did it again with a new oopsie. Now this mistake was actually not made too recently. It was made a couple years ago, but I actually don't know exactly when, which might sound weird, but it'll make sense once I start explaining it. Now the reason I'm talking about it now is because I didn't realize this mistake until recently, and I've been thinking about it a lot the past week or two, so I put my thoughts in the videos, and I put videos on YouTube. So here we are now. Now to concisely explain this, I'm actually going to read my Twitter thread because I wrote one a week ago, which is exactly what I'm going to be talking about. But if it doesn't make sense, don't worry, I'll explain it all. But ultimately it revolves around Go Herping, which you mostly know as my YouTube channel, and Emerald Scales, which you mostly know as the website that I take in and rehome animals through. I recently realized the original plan behind creating a reptile service totally backfired. The purpose was to serve as a backup source of revenue if primary sources of revenue became unreliable. But somewhere along the way, the primary source of revenue became entirely dependent on the backup source of revenue. Interestingly, the backup has become my entire identity. This isn't inherently bad, but still unexpected. Like every time someone sees or talks to me, the first thing they think of or bring up was ultimately just a backup plan. It makes sense and is completely understandable, but it feels weird. People are surprised when they learn that what I'm best known for isn't actually my career or even necessarily Finally, after over 3 months, I can ship some animals, but I only have one day to do it, so I'm taking advantage and doing it now. Now I have more than 3 animals here waiting to ship. There's like a dozen that have sold that have just been sitting here, and I can't send them off because it's been too cold, there's been delays, and FedEx has had issues, and it was Christmas, and it's been bad. So shipping reptiles is straight up pain. However, the weather just went whoop just enough, so I can ship 3 out, which I'll be doing, and I also have this one to unbox because someone sent me a corn snake. So I just have my usual FedEx, and the team all knows me and what I do, and they're always super good about the packages. They take great care. And the guy came out and he's like, "Sorry, Alex, I didn't know which way to hold it." Because how do you mess up so bad when you're just shipping, when you're packing your animal to send it to me, that you pack it upside down? Are you trying to make it as difficult as possible? I feel like some of you are just memeing at this point for the sake of like a video. I don't think you are, because these are literally your personal pets that I assume you cared about. Anyway, I packed up 3, which is what I'll be overlaying you as I talk. There's 2 snakes and a lizard. First of all, there was a leopard gecko, just a chill, normal leopard gecko. I mean, nothing special, but if they were all special, then none of them would be. So the leopard gecko was cool. And it went off to South Carolina, so not too far. It was like a 4-hour drive probably. It's one that I could have done a local pickup for, like meet them or even drive there. But since this day came up, it was all good. Why'd you tape a Ziploc bag to this? I don't know what you did, honestly. Then there was a Nicaraguan boa who was actually in an unboxing. I don't know if it was part 1 or part 2, so you may or may not have seen the Nicaraguan boa. I think it was I don't know, honestly. Just a little baby. He was extremely grumpy and a pain, and I honestly didn't like it that much. It was cute, and I was, oh, that smells bad. I'm gonna back up over here. So I made sure it was clear on the posting, make sure that people know it's gonna be nippy, which is especially common with little babies because they're babies and they can get eaten pretty quickly. So they have to be a lot more cautious, a lot more careful, and they have to be, I mean, they're not comfortable with people yet. They haven't been on Earth for that long. So it will be, and it'll get very big over time. It was healthy, and the owner seemed to be, the new owner seemed to be prepared and good to go. Very humid, very moist. Come on, just follow the instructions, please. This one's coming from Florida. And this was up against the corn snake. It's so annoying. I'm gonna give them benefit of the doubt because the person rehoming this corn snake actually couldn't wait. I think they moved or something. And so they had to leave it with their friend who had to ship it for them, who did a pretty bad job. But the thing is, they got the instructions. Ooh, we got some homework. Saturated in snake urine. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, sometimes people will be like, I literally have to get rid of it in the next 48 hours or like game over. Like I'm moving to, like one person recently moved like overseas and they're like, I literally have to get rid of it now. But if it's 10 degrees outside and it's a 100% guarantee the animal is going to die, I can't let them ship. Now, sometimes if it's only a slight risk, I'll be like, you know what? It's extremely risky. Please be aware that you are making this risky decision, but if you really want to, you can ship. And most of the time, it's actually okay. But in the times where I'm like, nope, you don't even get the address to ship it to, you don't get a label. I don't know what they do, honestly. But hopefully whatever it is better than them dying in the mail. Oh, hello. Is this another... Is it blind? I think it's a reverse Okiti. Well, it is a reverse Okiti. I think it's blind, partially. One of its eyes is completely clouded over. It's not very strong. It doesn't have much muscle. And its mouth is slightly open. Like, I mean, corn snakes naturally have a little hole in their mouth because their tongue sticks out of it. But it's very, it's kind of weird. Well, it's definitely not going to be one that's as easy as making sure it's healthy for a while and then throwing it up on the site. It'll need a little more attention, of course. So, cool. Its weight is fine, though. It's not overweight. A lot of people have their adult corn snakes end up getting a little too thick. Maybe they watch too many ball python videos and I'm covered in snake urates. Third animal I'm shipping today is a Kenyan sand boa, who I know is in unboxing part 1. Just a little baby, healthy. Again, nothing too special, but cute little sand boa. Ooh, actually it is a little underweight. You can see its spine, but just barely. I haven't seen that before. I don't know, something about this corn snake is just kind of funky. But on the bright side, it survived, which is usually expected, but honestly, if it had been delayed a few days, there was definitely a risk because the temperature is about to drop again. So this was the one opportunity they really had to. Why is it puffing up its neck like that? What is wrong with this corn snake? This thing just has problems, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, the sand boa was here for a good while, 5 months maybe, but it ate well. It grew a little bit, didn't grow all that much, but sand boas are extremely slow growers, which I actually talked about in a sand boa video. If you search like Gorpian sand boas, you could find that video. So yeah, they'll all be on their way, and I'm confident that they'll be fine because the delays have been okay recently. Basically, the company I used to ship, Shippy Reptiles, just keeps track of everything going on with FedEx the best they can, and keeping us updated as shippers, and then we have those safe days. What is wrong with you? Well, I'm gonna look at the email to see if they said anything weird about it. I have to wash my mouth. Yeah, so it was shipped by a different person. Alright, so in the pictures, they did not actually send a picture of its face. They said, we picked him up from someone who was giving him away on Craigslist a few months ago, and he was extremely underweight. The guy said his ex-girlfriend didn't feed him for over 9 months and had a stuck iPad for approximately 3 years ago. We were able to get some weight back, but we weren't able to help with his iCap. Yeah, it's not an iCap, he's blind. Okay, so this person was moving across the country literally a few days ago. but if he had shipped a few days earlier, it probably would have died. Someone else was able to ship. It makes a little more sense now, and it's not their fault that he's in such weird condition. That sucks. I wonder why they got it just a few months ago. And I feel like if you're moving out the country, most people are gonna know. But of course, so yeah, it's a half-blind corn snake. If it was extremely underweight, that means that they actually did a great job. It's understandable. The thing about this, especially if you don't know they don't know the age. If a corn snake is already an adult and they know it was didn't eat for a long time, was in poor care, thought they had a stuck eye cap, it has all these problems, who knows how long its life will last. A month, 5 years, 10 years. It's pretty hard to say. So it's the kind of thing where the buyer, if you're buying this corn snake, you don't, it's not going to be a lifelong pet, but then again, it could live for quite a while. So it's one of those weird things, and of course, this being, assuming you're not going to live for next year, but we probably won't be able to ship for the rest of February, which really sucks. It might be a couple days. So in the meantime, I'm not really going to post any animals because it's just not the best use of time. I'm just going to focus on videos and other stuff. And then when the weather warms up and we can actually start shipping is when I can kind of listen. There are more animals coming in, but ultimately more animals going out than coming in today, which is always nice because I could use the extra space and don't want to get overwhelmed. Just a quick video talking about some animals. That's it. I'm out. And then
beware a man with nothing to lose.
Well, hi there. I'm here today with Snake because we are about to talk about 5 of the best pet snakes you could possibly get. As you know, in our earlier video, 5 of the best pet reptiles you could possibly get for a beginner, we talked about 2 types of snakes. We talked about ball pythons and corn snakes, and they are fantastic pet snakes for anybody. We stand by them. But today, we wanted to talk to those of you who maybe already have a corn snake or already have a ball python, or just thought, I would like a snake, but those 2 aren't for me. I want to talk about some of the other options that are out there, some of the other greatest snakes you could possibly own. First on our list is one of my very favorite snakes in the whole wide world. Of course, this whole list is made up of snakes that are my favorite snakes in the whole wide world. But this is a western hognose snake, and I want to talk about hognose snakes in general because they could easily be the greatest pet snake on planet Earth. Let's talk about the pros first. Let's begin with the fact that they are a really great size. This is a female western hognose snake. She's not quite as big as a female can get, but this is a pretty good sized hognose snake. You will never find a male western hognose snake this big. That is really nice. It's very manageable. The enclosure that they're going to need is a very reasonable size as a result of the fact that they're a very reasonable size. Yet they're still kind of heavy-bodied and easy to handle. Love that. I don't really love it when snakes strike. I don't like anything that moves suddenly and startles me. So feeding my snakes is always kind of a stressful event for me. Hognose snakes have the calmest feeding response. They're goofballs. They love to eat, but they usually just come up and then they start swallowing things. They don't really strike at it. They just go and just swallow it down. I love that because it's a little bit less stressful for me to feed a hognose snake than any other snake I have. I also love how calm they are with handling. They are really just fantastic. They're not a zippy snake. They don't dart around. Even though they're not a very big snake, they kind of act like a lot of big snakes, where they will hang out with you. They're very unlikely to bite. That's a good thing because they are a venomous snake. But biting does not tend to be the defense that they use most readily. They'll strike at you sometimes, but they usually do it with their mouth closed and they just poke you with their goofy nose. I love the way hognose snakes look. It actually took me a long time to start to appreciate the look of a hognose snake. At first I thought that is just the silliest looking snake I've ever seen. but after a while, silly grows on you. No reptile is perfect for everyone, and so there are some cons even to the wonderful hard-nosed snake. And one of the cons is that they are venomous. Like I said, it's not usually a problem for you. The fangs are in the back of their mouth, so usually you'd have to let them chew on you for a little bit, and even if you got envenomated, unless you had an allergic reaction, it's not going to be worse than a bee sting or something like that. The problem with them being venomous is that people sometimes pass various laws and things making it illegal to have venomous snakes. If you get one that's caught out of the wild, it can be difficult to get them to feed on rodents. If you get one that is captive bred and raised on rodents, usually they eat rodents just fine, but that's not true for all species of hognose snake. Some of them are going to want to eat amphibians, especially toads, so you've got to have a supply of toads. And toads can be a little bit harder to get than, say, frozen mice. They're also a little bit on the small side. I said that was a pro, and it definitely is a pro. I love the size of hognose snakes, but at the same time, they're a little bit more susceptible to getting hurt. If they get out of their enclosure, they can be a lot harder to find than a bigger snake. And so the smallness is a pro and a con. I'm sure there are exceptions, but all the western hognose snakes I've ever had have gone through a little grumpy phase where they hiss and can do little mock strikes at you every time they see you go by, and that seems to last a couple months, and then they're like, oh, okay, I'll just be the coolest snake in the world. I love them. Hognose snake, easily one of the best snakes you could ever have. Next on our list is a group of snakes that was actually requested quite a lot when we first released our video on the top 5 reptiles for beginners. And those are king snakes, like this black Mexican king snake, like California king snakes, like milk snakes. These snakes are actually fantastic pet reptiles, and there are some reasons that they didn't make our original list, but that doesn't mean that they're not just absolutely fantastic. And we want to talk to you a little bit about the pros and cons of king snakes. Like this, my Pueblan milk snake, and I gotta start out by telling you, he's not normally pink. He's an apricot phase Pueblan milk snake, so normally he is bright red and yellow with these black bands and glorious, but right now he's in blue, which means he's getting ready to shed. For starters, they're a really excellent size. This one is a relatively normal sized king snake. Some species get a little bit bigger than this, some a little bit smaller, but this is about what you would expect from an adult king snake, and that's a very moderate size, very reasonable, yet big enough that they're pretty fun to interact with. They're also very easy to care for, a lot like a corn snake, really. Like I said, they love to eat. So they will eat all kinds of things. In the wild, they're going to be eating a lot of reptiles, including other snakes, which is something to be aware of. You never want to keep these with another snake, because you will have problems. But generally speaking, in captivity, they feed very, very well on mice, and so that is a wonderful, wonderful thing. They're also, as you can tell just from seeing me handle him, they're very, very active in their enclosures. They like to explore, and that's really fun. Not all snakes are like that. Some snakes just basically sit like this all day long, every day. When you have a king snake or a milk snake, those snakes are going to be exploring a lot. Very fun to watch. Cons. In general, they're not that great for handling. They're a lot flightier. It's very rare that you'll get one to hold still, like this one is holding still right now. Generally, they're moving around a lot. He is honestly the only milk snake I've ever handled that wasn't just trying to get to the ground all the time. It's like they're just trying to drop out of your hands, and you're only getting in their way. Also, they're a lot bitier than any of the other snakes on our list. A lot more likely to bite you. The bite is never going to be severe, but it can draw a little bit of blood. I have been bitten by this snake, and I've only been bitten by 2 snakes in my entire life, because generally speaking, I know how to avoid it. The problem is, these guys, they just want to eat. And if you smell kind of like food, they're going to try to eat you. So it's not a defensive biting. I know how to avoid getting bitten by a defensive snake. This is a snake that's trying to eat my hand. That's harder to avoid. If you don't mind a snake that's a little bit wigglier to handle and a little bit more likely to bite you, hard to find one better than king snakes. Next on my list is one of the most underappreciated snakes in all of snakedom, and that is the garter snake. I think garter snakes are underappreciated because they are so common. You see garter snakes all over the place, wherever your hometown is, and so it's really easy to just look right past them. But you should not look past garter snakes because they're absolutely one of the best pet snakes you could possibly have. Let's talk about the pros, the amazing things about garter snakes. Garter snakes are beautiful. There are many different species of garter snakes, but in general, they are some of the prettiest snakes you're ever going to see in your whole life. Don't underappreciate them. They're glorious. Like this snake here. This is a California red-sided garter snake. Got to be one of the prettiest snakes in the world. Amazing. They're also snakes that get out and they explore. That's why you see them by your house so often. That's why they seem so common. It's not really that there are loads more of them than there are of other kinds of snakes. It's that they're out and they're exploring. And if you have a pet garter snake, you're going to see it a lot, and it's going to be out and doing things like other pet lizards and not so much like other pet snakes. They also have a really incredible and fun feeding response. Garter snakes like to eat, and one of the things that they like to eat the most, which is another pro about them, are things like worms and fish. You don't have to feed rodents to a garter snake, and that's really neat. And when you do feed them things like fish, the way that they go fishing is so fun because you can put fish in their little water bowl and they'll go around with their mouth open and they're just going back and forth and they're so eager to feed, and that is a blast. As always, they're not perfect. There are some cons to keeping garter snakes. First of all, they're not as easy to handle as a lot of other snakes. They can be much quicker and much dartier than other species of snakes. And I've actually been holding this one for a while and now it's pretty calm. They are darty little creatures, and so they're a little bit harder to handle than many other snakes.
It's been requested that I review your reptile enclosures. Beats me why. I don't know why you value my opinion, but I said if you want me to. You can tag your enclosure on Instagram with the hashtag GoHerpingReview, and it's only been a couple days. There's already almost 300 posts. So a lot more than I expected, and we can get started. But I just noticed this. What is this? Why is the image for the official Go Herping Review images a child in a cage? Where does that? I don't know Instagram that well. I don't know. Okay, let's just begin. So I'll just kind of browse over each image, see what I notice, and give it a rating 0 to 5 stars. Starting with this person's juvenile corn snake vivarium. For a juvenile, 4x2x2 sounds like a pain finding the corn, but I'm guessing that kind of know the corn's favorite spots and all that. So, I mean, it looks really cool. There's nothing that stands out a ton to me, just because I'm guessing a lot have this style, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you, I mean, look at my setup. This is the most classic YouTube setup ever. I'm in a gaming racing chair. So there's nothing wrong with being like similar to others, but yeah, it's the first thing I noticed. They have pretty cool heating. A lot of people put lights inside but do not think about the animal touching the lamp and burning itself, because just because the lamp heats up the spot the right temperature doesn't mean the lamp is the right temperature, and they can get pretty severe burns on that kind of thing. So the cage, although I'm sure the cage is also hot, it's a lot less hot than the actual lamp, and it has to be metal or else it might catch on fire. So I think it's cool. But to start out, I'm gonna give 3 stars. It's nothing against this one, but I don't know how the other ones will compare. So yeah, a 3-star rating because everything looks adequate. It's just nothing's crazy special. Let's move on. I think that was a pretty nice review. We got a video of a leopard gecko. So something interesting is disagreement on everything.
China is monitoring lockdowns with drones that squeak out orders with speakers. Watch this. This is like weird. How would you like to wake up in the morning and some drone flying through your neighborhood saying this, yelling out this house, and it has a nagging woman's voice on top of that? What the? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And belated Merry Christmas. Man, your stomach fat now. What happened?
Christmas with Thanksgiving.
Look like you pregnant. You more pregnant?
Okay, a lot of people have been waiting for this one. I did reappear on the Jesse Lee Peterson show.
We are? Amazing. Welcome to the Father State YouTube Live. I'm Jesse Lee Peterson. Apologize for the late start, but we are black, and black people are late. We start on CP time. It is midterm election season, and I have with me David Packman, He is the progressive host of the political television and radio program, The David Patman Show. David, thank you for coming.
I can't believe I'm here.
I know, it's amazing.
Last time we didn't end well. You
I
remember?
know, right.
Do you remember?
I remember I had to kick you off my show.
You kicked me off. You said, I'd never have that idiot back on my show.
Yeah.
You called me a girly man.
Yeah.
What changed your mind about having me back after the ban?
That's really my producer.
Oh, you didn't even want me here?
No, I want you here.
Oh, you did?
I totally do. I'm glad you're here.
Oh.
Just because I fight with you doesn't mean I don't love you.
Okay.
Yeah, you love me?
I don't really know you.
Do you have to know me to love me?
I have a general love for all people, but I don't know you.
But do you need to know me to love me?
Not as a human, no.
Why not?
No, I'm saying I don't need to know you to love you as part of the human race.
Yeah, well, I love you.
Thank you.
Are you surprised?
Not really.
Were you surprised that I threw you off the radio show?
Not really.
Why not?
You didn't seem pleased with my answers.
Oh, you were not answering. That's what it was. I would ask you a question. I would ask you where you're going and tell me where you've been. And so you can't really bring forth a good show that way.
But sometimes you will admit a question can be sort of, it's like, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Like, not every question is fair.
Maybe.
Well, maybe you beat your wife, I don't know. But and that would be an example.
You never beat your wife?
I'm not married.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, wait until you get married. No, I'm kidding. So, David, what I want to talk to you about, I want to talk about politics. I want to get to know you a little better.
Let's do it.
And so my first question, are you a Christian?
No.
You're not, do you believe in God?
I don't.
So are you an atheist?
I have an absence of belief in God. If you want to call that atheism, it could be agnosticism, I'm not really sure, but I have an absence of belief in God. But it's not like, I'm not going around telling people God doesn't exist.
Right.
It's sort of like, if we heard a noise in the back right now, I wouldn't say to you, that was probably an invisible purple hippopotamus. I have no evidence that that's what it is. I would say it's probably a noise caused by something we've seen, something we can prove, something there's evidence for. I wouldn't tell you invisible purple hippopotamuses don't exist or could never exist.
Right.
I just have no reason to think that that's what caused the noise.
Have you always not believed in God? Have you ever believed?
You know, when I was younger, so culturally and ethnically, I'm Jewish.
Right.
So I was around a lot of Jewish people growing up. So there were Old Testaments around, and I would look at them, and you know, I was kind of a blank slate in the sense that my parents never imposed religious beliefs on me, but they also didn't tell me you shouldn't believe anything. It was sort of open. You know, I could look at the Old Testament, I could listen, talk to people. So there was a period, you know, I'm still open to the possibility of there being a God, and I always sort of have been, but I don't currently believe that there is one.
So I believe I read that you are part Jewish and part Argentinian.
Well, they're two different things. So I was born in Argentina. My family, a lot of Jews from Eastern Europe, before and after the Holocaust, moved out of Eastern Europe, as I'm sure you know. Argentina is one of the places that they went. So my family so I'm ethnically Jewish, right? But my family was in Argentina, so like I grew up speaking Spanish, and in that sense, I'm sort of Hispanic culture.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I know you are a progressive, right? Not a liberal.
I don't really know the difference at this point.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there a difference?
You know, a lot of this stuff is just semantics. I think it's better, you know, I could tell you what my views are on any particular issue,
right.
But whether I'm, you know, progressive or liberal or I don't know what we gain from talking
Would
about
you
that.
consider yourself progressive?
I want to see progress. So in that sense, but by the dictionary definition, I guess so. The problem is that you might have some ideas about what is implied by the political term progressive that maybe I agree with, maybe I don't, but I definitely want to see, you know, humanity progress, for sure.
And one of the reasons I'm concerned about you being a progressive is that...
Me specifically, or all progressives?
All men.
Men, only men.
Only men.
Progressive women don't concern you.
It's abnormal for women to be progressive.
Interesting.
Or liberal, but it's abnormal for a man to be a liberal or progressive. It's a sign of being a beta male.
I didn't know that.
Because real men are conservative, Republican, you know, and strong in nature. So I'm concerned if you're a liberal or progressive.
If I became conservative, would I no longer be beta?
you become Alpha?
Wow. Something to think about.
Yeah. How did you become a liberal / progressive? Were you always that way, or did something happen along the way?
No, interestingly, I'm glad you asked that actually. In high school, I took a lot of sort of standard, what we would call like classical economics.
Yeah.
And classical economics is pretty conservative in a lot of ways. It assumes rational actors participating in the economy. It assumes a lot of stuff that's sort of, right now, more conservative in terms of economics. So I had a lot of those ideas, and I thought that they made sense. And then I learned more about behavioral economics and the work of people like Daniel Kahneman and others who say, economics as we usually teach it is not right. And so that made me question the beliefs that I had sort of assembled over time. And then I was questioning all of my beliefs. So I definitely have had sort of a shift to the left. I was never a right-winger. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I've definitely moved to the left the more I've become educated about issues.
This is why it's not good to allow children to go to public schools.
Tell me more.
Because they are brainwashing them. And
Well, I didn't go to public school.
They're turning them away from their values.
I didn't go to public school.
Private school too, if you don't watch out for it.
I'm kidding. I did go to public school.
Yeah. Do your parents know that the school education system had this impact on you? Turned you into a liberal?
Do they know that it had this impact on me? That's interesting. I mean, they know my political views.
Oh, they do?
They do.
And are they happy with them?
They're very happy.
With you?
They're very happy.
They
No,
agree?
my mom is the happiest Jewish mom you could imagine. Yeah.
So you've not been married, you're not married or never been married, no kids and all that?
I've never been married, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm not currently married, of course, and I don't have children at this time.
Yeah. Do you date?
I do.
And do you find that it's difficult for young men in your age group, to find good women to date?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
The women that you date and have dated, are they controlling?
Now, I do date women exclusively, but how did you know that I date women? It's possible I date men or both, right?
Well, that is possible, but I wouldn't assume that about
you. You didn't assume that, though.
Yeah, unless you tell me.
No.
Do you date men too?
Exclusively women.
Oh.
Would it be a bad thing for our conversation if I dated men?
Well, it wouldn't be bad for our conversation. It would be interesting.
Okay.
Why don't you date men?
I'm not attracted to men.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it, but I know you do.
You do not see anything wrong with it?
With being attracted to men?
Why not?
Why would it be wrong?
Because it's of the same sex, so it's abnormal.
But that's not an argument.
It's a fact.
What makes something normal?
Let me ask you this. I wanted to ask you this too. I wanted to ask this on my radio show.
Please.
If a woman decides that, I feel like a man, and I want to be a man, and she goes to a doctor, rushes down the road to a doctor's office, he take off her female body parts and attach male body parts to them, to her. Would that make her a male?
Would it make her male, or would it make her a man?
Either one.
Depends how you define either, right?
Would it make her a man or a male? Would she still be a woman with body part of a man?
I mean, it'd be a transgender man.
But would it be a woman? It would make her a man?
It would be a transgender man, I think.
What does that mean?
It means it's someone who was born biologically female, wouldn't it?
Right.
This isn't my area of expertise.
Right.
I'm interested in the conversation.
Normal people, you know right from wrong when you see it, right?
Do I know right from wrong? I don't know. Do I?
You don't know if you know right from wrong?
I think people want to know what's right and what's wrong, but if everybody knew right from wrong, no bad things would ever happen, right?
But how about you? Do you know right from wrong?
I feel like I do.
And so if you knew a female who took off her female body part and attached a male body part to them, would you say, wow, that's a man, or would you still know that's a woman?
Depends on the person, right? It depends what they look like and sort of how they exist
Well, how
in the
about
world.
a woman that you knew her very well? She said, David, you and I are good friends. Today I'm going to become a man.
Okay.
I'm going down to the doctor's office there and have some male body parts attached.
Right.
Would you think that your friend is a woman or a man?
I mean, my reaction would be radical empathy. I would say, oh, wow, that's a major change. Like, what's going on that's making you want to do that? And I would listen to them with empathy.
But would you know it's still a woman, or would you think it's a man? Would
Hard
you
to say.
Think it's a man?
Hard to say. I mean, every person's different, right?
I'm talking about you.
No, I mean, every other person. I don't know what they would be like, what it would be like to be with them.
But what would you think?
I don't
would
know.
you still,
who's
like,
the
I would
person.
still know that that's a woman.
Right.
I don't care how many male body parts she's attached.
Right.
It's still a woman.
Okay.
But would you consider it might be a man? Would you think of it as a man?
It? Would I think of it as a man?
Right.
It's a person, right? I don't say
Right,
it.
it's a female. But would you think of the female as a man?
We'd have to meet and see what it's
Well,
like.
you already know her. You grew up with her. She's a good friend.
Right, but this is imaginary.
Would you think it's a man or a woman?
I have no idea.
Amazing. You don't believe in God. Where do you get your values from?
Where do I get my values? Culture, family, science.
Interesting. I wanted to ask you about, let me first ask, do you have anything to ask me? Any question anything you disagree with me about?
Well,
we had our little
of course
thing where
we disagree, but...
Like, what do you disagree with me about?
What do we agree about? I don't know that we agree on anything.
Like what, for example?
Economics, social issues, gay marriage. I don't know. Do we agree about anything?
Well, it sounds like we don't.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you about Judge Kavanaugh.
Okay.
When the children of the lie tried to take his life.
I'm not familiar with them.
The children of the lie, the liberal media, the Democratic Party, the right-o Republicans, the never-Trumpers.
Okay. So like everybody but Trumpers.
The hashtag movement, the evil women hashtag movement,
Hashtag
people, civil rights leaders, all those folks. They are children of the lie.
It's a lot of people.
It is. They have a big family. But when they tried to destroy him, that woman, whatever her name is, it won't come to me.
Doesn't matter to you anyway, right? I mean.
Yeah. When she lied on him, and you saw that the children of the lie tried to destroy this man, his wife, and his children, by accusing him of being a rapist and all that, calling him a rapist. Were you disappointed to see the children of the lie acting that way?
So this is one of those questions where the framing of the question we have to talk about. Because you're assuming that I already believe she lied. But I don't know that she lied. I don't have any evidence that she lied.
Did you pay attention to the hearing?
I watched every minute.
Did you hear anything that indicated she was telling the truth?
Yes. There was no... So here's a couple things. I'll tell you what to me suggested she was telling the truth. Number one, it was all downside for her coming forward. There was no upside. She's not going to get any money now because she made the allegation. She's not going to live a better life. She had to move. So first of all, it's sort of like motive. There was no upside to her. There was the chance that maybe it would prevent Kavanaugh from being confirmed. But most people, including me all along, were saying, this isn't going to stop his confirmation. So that was one thing that made me not doubt her, that there was really nothing to gain. The second thing is, during the hearing, which was like, what, 10 hours long? It was very, very long, like 5 hours each of them. There were like dozens of questions that Brett Kavanaugh didn't answer. And she answered every question. And when I see that, and I see one person answering every single question, and the other person not answering so many questions, based on my experience talking to people who sometimes lie and sometimes tell the truth, I believe that it's more likely the person not answering the questions is the person lying.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So she was asked when, where, and how. I don't know where it happened. I don't know when it happened. I don't know
she did
who
say
was
where it
there.
happened. It had
I
been
don't
at
know
someone's
this.
house.
I don't know that. Only thing I remember is a beer. And then she developed this little girl voice. It's supposed to be a professor. And she developed this little, what's the woman's name? Christine Blayton Ford, right?
So let me see if I understand.
She developed this false little girl tone.
Her voice made you not trust her.
No, her lying made me. She had no proof.
But then why are you mentioning her
She
voice?
doesn't remember when, where, or how. The only thing she remembers is a year.
That's not true.
So
she remembered a lot of stuff.
You would have to want to believe her, not to see that she was lying. And plus, you seem mentally off. You know, like the lights was on, but nobody was home.
You're making assessments of who's mentally off on TV.
She seemed mentally off.
And that's your assessment?
Yeah, because she's like kind of weird.
It was weird.
Yeah, it's like they went to the gates of hell over in Israel.
Kavanaugh seemed normal to you.
Over in Israel, there is a little old city now where the gates of hell is there. And it's a dark pit that if you go down in there, you can't return, they say. And so whenever I see women like that and men like that, it reminds me...
Men and women like what?
Like Ford, just wicked, lying. This woman was willing to destroy this man because she didn't agree with his politics. She was being used, I believe, because she kind of out there. I think that
I'm pretty sure she was a Republican. I don't
no,
know what politics you
no,
disagree with.
no.
Can I ask you a question?
She's
This
not
is
a
I want
Republican.
to understand.
But
what could she have done during the hearing where you would have said, you know what, I do believe her? Like, what could she have? I know you don't believe it, right? Like the way it went down, you don't believe her.
Right.
What could she have done during the hearings where you would have said, I believe her?
If she had she gone there to say, you know what, the children of the lie are trying to use me to destroy Judge Kavanaugh.
But that would be a lie.
And I see no reason this man should be destroyed. And so I just want you to know not to trust the children of the lie.
So
Then
only if she
I would-
recanted, you would have believed.
I would believe that.
Wow.
Or had she brought real evidence, but she brought none,
Wow.
zero. But that's how evil the children of the left are. They'll destroy you to get what they want, and that's power and wealth.
I'm curious, if they're so powerful, the children of the
But
lie.
they're not powerful.
Oh, I thought you
I
said they
said that's
were.
what they want.
I thought you said they
would-
will destroy you.
They will. They'll destroy you. They'll try to destroy you.
Oh, okay.
To get power and
Gotcha.
wealth.
Gotcha,
Do you
gotcha.
agree with that?
No.
Really? Do you trust the? Would you want someone to falsely to accuse you, and now you and the world has to believe the accuser, and not believe you, or would you rather be?
It's funny you mention that.
assumed innocent
Yeah.
until proven guilty.
So there's two different things, right? In our justice system, in our legal system, we have innocence until guilt has been proven.
Right.
There's no question about that. What happened with Dr. Christine Blasey Ford was not part of the justice system, right? This was people like you and me and 100 senators and the public making an assessment of the believability of two different people, right? So nobody, I would say to you, innocence until guilt has been proven is logical if you're looking at putting someone in prison. But this wasn't a criminal crime. You acknowledge that, right?
That's so ridiculous. I don't know what to say. about
It's just true.
It's interesting how when the children of the lie.
No, but
try to
saying it's ridiculous
destroy
isn't an
you,
argument.
It's ridiculous.
It's not an argument.
This man was accused. I don't care if it was an innocent man walking down the road. You don't just accuse people, and whatever reason you're going to make up for it doesn't make sense. This
Wow.
woman, she accused this man
Right.
with no proof, and the children of the lie tried to destroy him
Oh, come on,
with
Jesse.
no proof.
Okay.
Would you want to be falsely accused? For any reason at all, whether it's for a job.
Of course not.
Or, right. You want, and then if someone should accuse you,
Yeah.
when you want the hearer to assume you're innocent.
I
until
would want
proof.
the legal system to assume that.
So you wouldn't mind if it's someone that's not the legal system.
People have tried to prove a point. This is, I'm sure you're going to denounce this because of your strong position against false allegations. Because of my position that Christine Blasey Ford seemed credible to me, people actually started contacting local media claiming I raped them because they said, David, we're going to show you how easy it is to get people in trouble with false rape allegations.
Especially for men.
And they started doing it. And you know what? The allegations were so obviously not credible that they didn't go anywhere. Because obviously false allegations don't go anywhere.
Well, that's
They fail.
because right now you're not of value to them. You can't hurt them. So it meant nothing. But
It meant nothing
put
to who?
yourself in a position such as Judge Kavanaugh, or say that you get some influence where you can influence people in a way that
Okay.
would change for you.
All right.
You know, I asked you, did you date girls? And you said, well, why would you assume I date girls?
It's interesting that you assumed that. Yeah.
Should I assume you date boys?
No.
Oh, because it's normal to assume you date girls until otherwise.
Statistically speaking, you're right.
Right,
Yeah,
so-
most people are heterosexual. Yeah.
So was I wrong for assuming you date girls?
I'm not at all offended, no.
Oh, okay.
I just found it interesting.
But it's interesting that a straight man would make that.
No,
would bring that up.
The
because
reason was you've called me a girly man so many times. Remember
that's
we
because
talked about
you're
that?
weak.
Oh, okay.
That's because it's not because I think you.
That I'm gay.
That right.
Got it. Glad we clarified.
Oh. What do you think of this so-called hashtag Me Too movement?
In what sense?
Do
What
you
I think
support
of?
it?
Well, I support destigmatizing, coming out and saying if something has happened to you. That's what I support.
Really?
Yeah.
But you don't support the entire movement?
I don't know what the bounds of the movement are. I mean, to the extent that the idea of the movement is, you know, a lot of people are sexually assaulted and raped, and they don't come forward. And the reason
I don't
they don't
believe
come.
that.
You don't believe that?
That's a made-up lie too.
Oh, who made that up?
The children of the left.
Oh, I should have.
The children of the lie.
I shouldn't.
Yeah, they made that up because if you notice, they say things over and over and over and over and over again. And if you're not paying attention, you find yourself believing in it.
Wow.
But when you really do research, you find out that it's not true. Like they were claiming at one time that there were rape on college campuses was out of control, right? We now found out that that was a lie. And so
How
these
did you
women,
find out it was a lie?
Research has proven that. I don't have any with me, but
There's
it's
no
proven
rape
that.
on campuses.
It's not out of control in the manner that they have pretended that it
How
is.
do you define out of control?
It's not happening in the numbers that they say.
What numbers
did
they say?
But the children of the lie, I don't have numbers, but the children of the lie say that because they want to deceive you. And then they bring in all this emotion. Oh, I was 30 years ago, I was walking down the road and a man raped me.
So you don't have
And
the
then-
numbers or the
and
studies,
they
but you just
bring
know
in-
it's not that bad.
Because another thing too, if you notice it, it doesn't make sense that they go public with that anyway. It's not going to make their lives better.
This is a different
The
argument.
only thing it's going to do is hurt men, so these women are lying.
Isn't that an argument that would suggest that they're telling, like you just said, it's not going to make their lives better to go public? Isn't that why we should say, wait a second, Christine Blasey Ford, a college campus rape victim, it's not going to make
But
their
she's not
lives
a rape
better.
victim.
So they probably are telling the truth,
No,
right?
they're doing it because they hate men.
Oh.
And they especially hate straight, white, conservative Christian men of power because it's the straight, white, conservative Christian man who's holding the country together.
Oh.
If it wasn't for them, America would be a socialist society already.
It would be what?
A socialist society.
How would it become
Because
socialist?
if you notice, the average black man has no authority, no power. The Mexican doesn't have any. It's that white, straight, conservative Christian man that is preventing them from turning this country into a socialist society.
But so here, let me ask you about this. I'm not a socialist myself. I'm a just to be clear, I'm not advocating for socialism.
Okay.
I don't know that many actual socialists. Like where's the big desire for the U.S. to become socialist?
If you look at the Democratic Party,
There's almost no socialists in the Democratic Party.
It's a socialist communist party now. It's
What's
so far
what's
left.
one socialist idea from the Democratic Party?
Socialized healthcare.
No, that's a social democracy program.
No.
Yeah.
And
Is
if you
Denmark
notice-
socialist?
And if you notice that Barack Obama, the fallen Messiah, you know he's the fallen Messiah, right?
I don't know anything about that.
And Big Mama Michelle, he tried to turn America into a socialist society.
What's one example of a socialist policy that he had?
Socialized healthcare.
He didn't do that. He did for-profit Obamacare.
Taking care of everybody.
How so?
By getting rid of jobs. Most
He
people
took care of people by
got
getting rid of jobs.
full-time jobs, and they had to work 2 part-time jobs in order to survive.
Jesse, you
And
don't
then
even
the
understand the
rest-
talking points
The
you're
rest
using.
stopped working and just went and depended on and relied on the government. Free Obama phones.
That's
Is that
socialism?
socialism?
So how can you?
Is
So
free
hold on a
Obama
second.
phones socialism?
I want to ask a real question.
I'm asking you a real question.
Obama phones are not socialism. No, I'll answer
Really?
your question. Let me ask you a real. I really want to know this. The arguments against places like Venezuela and Cuba and other so-called socialist countries are that no one has anything, no one can afford anything, there's no technology, there's no food. But you're saying that cell phones for people are socialism?
Yes.
That's your argument?
Yes.
Have
That's
at
an
it.
example of it. So I want to move on, but I want to ask, are you saying that you do not support the hashtag movement 100%?
I'm not really part of any of these Twitter movements.
Right.
If the movement is about empowering victims to tell people what happened, I support that.
But you don't support the movement itself.
I don't know what the lines of the movement are. You'd have
Okay.
to define it for me.
Do you agree with me that men should come out in the same manner that these evil women are doing and report women? Because more women are raping young boys, teenage boys, than men are with women.
So let me deal with the first part of the question,
Would
because
you-
I don't
would
know
you
about those
suggest-
statistics, but if your question is should men come forward if they've been,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course,
And
every
they should
victim.
turn this on these women so these women can see what it's like.
Well, it's not.
to
That would be
be,
vindictive, and that as a man of God, I don't think you would suggest revenge and vindictiveness in that way.
No,
would you?
just don't be angry about it.
Just tell the truth.
But just use the laws against them as well.
Well, I would
Because
suggest
we're
tell
not
the truth.
requiring the women to tell the truth while we requiring the men to tell
No,
the
they
truth.
are. Women are
No.
every victim if they don't tell the truth. And in fact, it just happened. There was a woman on a college campus who made a false rape allegation. She's going to prison because
Good.
there are laws against. That is good.
Yeah.
There are laws against that. It's
Yeah.
rare, but it does happen.
So you do agree that the men should use those same laws to go after them?
No, I believe that men should tell the truth, and if they've been assaulted by anybody, They should tell.
But if they should accuse a woman, they should not have to prove it. They shouldn't be asked why you're doing this.
No, in a court of law,
they should be believed just because they said it. Are you right about that? Do you agree with that?
We should believe, we should trust and verify all accusers.
So you're not for to say about a woman can accuse you and she should not be disbelieved.
I am for trust but verify.
Right, but don't believe her just because she said it.
The legal system's got to investigate. If it turns out she lied, of course there should be consequences.
But I'm asking you, should we believe it just because they said it?
We shouldn't disbelieve it because it's such a big thing to come forward and make such an allegation. If we're going to put anybody in prison, we need a trial. We need an investigation for sure, no matter who the accuser is, no matter who the victim is.
And so should they be believed just because they said it?
They shouldn't be written off.
Should they be believed just because they said it?
They should, and then we do an investigation. And
if it turns out they believe because they said it?
How would you start an investigation if you don't believe them? Let me imagine this for a second. You're a police officer. I come in and I say, someone has raped me. If you don't believe me at all, you don't even investigate, right? So as the officer, you should say, this is someone who has decided to come down and tell me that this happened. I am now going to investigate it. You have to have some degree of plausibility in the claim to even say, let's do an investigation. This isn't really, is this even interesting to you?
If I'm a police officer,
yeah.
I'm not going to assume either way. I'm just going to take your information and check it out.
You're going to check it out, but if you didn't believe it, you wouldn't even check it out.
As an individual, should we believe the women just because they said it?
It's a false framing of the question. When you say just because they said it,
just because they said it,
I would trust them and I would verify.
But you're not answering the question.
That's the answer.
But
you don't like the answer.
You don't understand the question?
I think I understand it.
What is it about the question that's difficult for you?
It's the framing of it, because believe means what? I'm not saying on her say-so we put somebody in prison, right, if you're asking me that.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
I would believe it enough to investigate it.
Would you, David Patman, believe it just because she said it?
I liked how you had to check what my last name was there. I would believe it enough to investigate it, yeah.
Give me just a yes. I'm black and slow. So give me a simple yes or no. Would you believe it just because they said it?
How else would you find out about it if they didn't say it?
You're not answering the question. Your friends are watching right now.
I hope so.
And they're watching because they thought you were going to kick my butt. So you got to live up to it.
I found out this was a debate today.
Would you believe it because they said it?
I would believe it because the only way we're going to learn about it is if they say it, and then I'd investigate.
So you would believe it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I want to ask you about anything you have for me. Any questions? Okay.
I do have one. Are these really the most important topics for you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are there others that are more important for you?
Yeah.
Like what, for example?
Our economic system, wealth inequality, healthcare, geopolitics, nuclear disarmament, climate change.
We're going to get to the Great White Hope, so I'm getting to it. All right. I got to ask you this. Colin Kaepernick.
Mm-hmm.
I see him as a thug, and all of the other players who are kneeling during the national anthem, that they are turning their back on the flag, on the country, men and women of the military, the fans. And I think they all should be fired and throw those SOBs out, right? Do you agree with that?
I don't.
And why not?
Well, I don't believe that anybody should be able to tell private businesses that aren't breaking the law how they need to do employee relations, right? So if I were to come in here and say, I don't know what kind of fiduciary relationship you have to the people in this room, maybe they're employees. If I were the government and you weren't doing anything illegal with them, and I said, you got to fire these two, and I got two other people you're a private business. You can do, as long as you're not breaking the law, you can do whatever you want. So I don't know of any legal basis on which the NFL or it's really the teams individually that are the employers. I don't know how we justify having them fire players. I mean, this
do we, the taxpayer, give money to the NBA?
I thought we were talking about football.
Right, NFL, whatever it's called.
Doesn't even matter, right? This is just, you're trying to get this point on the record.
Yeah. Do we give money to them?
They're as consumers or as taxpayers? Well, there are some stadiums that are built with taxpayer money in exchange for the amount of tax revenue that they bring to the city.
Right, and so is that government involvement?
It's government involvement, yeah.
And so shouldn't the government have something to say about it then?
No,
because
you wouldn't apply that to any other business.
It's not 100% private owned. So we do have something to say about it, right?
Can I give you a counter
No, answer
example?
that first.
There is not, and I'll tell you why, if you allow me. If you have a private business and you pay into the state's unemployment insurance, the government is now involved with your business. Does that mean they can come in and tell you what to do? No.
But if I have
Silly
a
argument.
private business and I'm paying into it, well,
Private
we are
businesses
paying,
pay into unemployment
I'm a taxpayer. My money is going to the government and it's being given to the football teams on association, right? So I have something to say about it.
This isn't my argument. I'm just telling you that's not the way it works legally.
Let's go back to that though. So you don't think it's wrong to turn your back on the country? That because if it wasn't for football, there would be no Colin Kaepernick, and most of these black players, they'll be hood rats, they'll be thugs, they'll be in jail. And so
that's not a good
argument. Why do we have to put up with these thugs?
You don't have to. You can say I'm not going to go to any more football games. No, there shouldn't be. There's no legal basis to fire them.
Stop supporting?
That's up to the fans.
Would you recommend that?
No.
You would not. And why not?
I just don't see why anyone would do that.
And so you're happy with them doing this? You think it's okay?
I support the First Amendment and free speech.
But not at work.
Sure.
You can't do that at work.
The teams
if my
can decide.
employee did that at work, I would fire them so fast that
Right.
their head swim.
But that's your call if that's in your employee handbook.
But should they do that?
It's up to the teams.
Okay. I got to ask you about Kanye West. What do you think about Kanye West, his relationship with the president, and all the things that are happening around him right now?
I've never liked his music. I think he has significant mental illness. It appears that he's off his medicine, and I've never heard him say anything particularly interesting.
So you see him the way I see Ford, Christine Ford.
I'm not sure.
It looked as though she left her medication at home too.
I wouldn't be able to say.
Yeah, but how come you can't see she's mentally off, or appears to be mentally off, but you think that Kanye West is mentally off?
Didn't see it that way.
Why not?
That's my perception.
What has he done to give you that impression?
Did you see the video of him in the Oval Office?
Yes.
I'm not a mental health professional, but the mental health professionals I've spoken to, including many in my family, identified that he seemed manic, bipolar, and generally off. And he did say, at some point, I think he said something about being off his medication. So I think it's pretty widely established.
What did he do to imply that? Those things
I just told you.
Right, you say he seemed that way, but what was he doing to imply that?
Again, his manic nature, his inability to sort of sit still, have a normal conversation, swearing in the Oval Office, looking around very anxiously, nervously, saying things that don't make sense, saying slavery was a choice. I mean, you know.
So you thought that slavery was a choice, or was a don't make sense comment?
I thought it was inaccurate.
Really? Why?
Because slavery is not a choice.
Amazing. Do you agree with him that he, as a black man, and black people should be free thinkers?
Of course.
They should not be on the plantation of the Democratic Party.
I disagree with that framing.
Going along with the okie doke.
Regardless of the race of people, they should be free thinkers.
Right. And so you agree with him when you said that?
I don't agree with the characterization about plantations.
Why not?
Because I just think it's nonsense. But I do agree that everybody, regardless of race, should be a free thinker.
And so black people, not all, but most, have been on the plantation for over 40 or 50 years now.
What do you mean?
Of the Democratic Party. And they don't think for themselves, and whenever the Democrats want a vote, they need the black vote, they just cry racism.
Do you speak for black people?
And the black people go into a trance, and they go in and they just, they reach for the D while eating chicken.
Let me suggest to you that it's not that way.
And they press, no, it is that way.
Well, are you open to hearing why I don't think so?
I am, but let me finish this.
Good.
So isn't that a plantation? Hillary Clinton, when she wanted the black vote, she goes to the churches, black churches.
Sure.
I don't feel no ways tired. I feel like going on. And blacks say, yeah, praise the Lord, praise the Lord.
Okay.
And so, okay, we got to vote next month.
Yep.
And they go into that trance.
Here's why I don't
Isn't that a plantation mentality?
Okay, so you've given us one example. Can I give you a counterpoint?
Is that a plantation mentality?
I don't know that particular example, but let me explain to you why I don't think that that black Americans are so-called in the tank for the Democratic Party. When Proposition 8 came up here in California, Democrats almost exclusively supported legalizing gay marriage or banning the outlawing of gay marriage. although black Americans in California tend to vote with Democrats, on that issue they didn't. And to me that says they're not voting for Democrats because Democrats have in some way co-opted them, because as soon as there was an issue that they disagreed with Democrats on, they voted the other way.
Well, at that time they did believe they had some sense of value.
They had their own beliefs.
But they have
yeah.
been corrupted since that time.
No, their view might have changed.
And I guarantee you, if they went now and voted for, and asked them to vote for it, they'll go with the homosexuals.
I hope so.
And the Democratic Party,
I hope
because
so.
they have been morally bankrupt.
I
the
disagree with
radical
that.
homosexuals have gotten in there and they corrupt the churches. And they have given money to the preachers, black preachers, and so now.
So what you're doing
the values have changed. So you probably get them going along.
I think you're right, but what you're doing is called a special pleading in terms of logical fallacies. You made an umbrella statement, and I gave you a counterexample, which would disprove it. And then you introduced some new reason why that's not a good counterexample.
At that time, they were not as corrupt as they are today.
There's no evidence of that.
The radical homosexuals saw that happen. They're like, oh no, we cannot have this. And so whenever they want to get the radical homosexuals and Black Lives Matter, all the abortion people, the National Organization of Women Who Hate Men,
what makes a homosexual radical?
Whenever they want to get their radical agenda across, what they've sharply done is they say, oh, this is racism. Just like the black people, you're discriminating against us, right?
What does racism have to do with the Prop 8
hear
law?
That.
This is incoherent.
The black people hear that, they say, oh, these people love us, so we're going to vote with them. That's what they've done to most blacks.
Fears of racism made black people vote against Prop 8? Is that what you're saying?
No, at that time they were not in support of, they knew that homosexuality or same-sex marriage was wrong.
Okay.
Because they still had some sense of value at that time.
But they lost that.
That has changed, yes. For the most part. Wow. No. It's coming back though, thanks to the Great White Hope. And speaking of the Great White Hope, what do you think of the president now? He's been there almost 2 years. What's your impression of him today?
It's embarrassing.
In what way?
Well, all of the countries that are traditional allies are no longer even including the United States in important conversations because Trump just doesn't understand anything. He embarrasses himself time and again. It's a real, this program is the fallen state. I feel like the office of the White House is in a fallen state.
And so that's why you say the president, you don't like him because of the reason you just gave me?
No, you asked me how I thought he was doing.
Right, give me something real.
But that's all real. I mean, give me an area.
Is there anything you're happy with him?
There's one thing I like, okay, which is that in the tax plan that he did, he lowered, did you follow the tax plan?
Somewhat.
Okay. He lowered the threshold at which point medical expenses become deductible. So you now can spend a smaller amount on medical expenses before they become deductible, which I think is a good thing.
Is there anything else?
Not that I can think of.
That's it?
Yeah.
Amazing. And you have been paying attention to what he's done over the last year and a half?
Yeah.
Over 2 years, almost 2 years. And so that's the only thing that you can think of?
Offhand.
Amazing. Are you for open borders?
No.
Are you for the wall going up?
No, I don't think it'll make a big difference. I think
Why not?
Well, the overwhelming majority of people who are undocumented and are here are overstaying visas. They're coming in from other countries anyway. So I think that the best way we can cut down on undocumented immigration would be to work with the countries people are coming from to reduce corruption and improve the economies. I think it'll be cheaper, and I think it'll be more effective.
Amazing. And so there are a caravan of illegal aliens coming now, between 3,000 to 4,000, 400,000. Are you happy when you turn on the TV and you see these people coming?
I'm not for, so I mean, I'm against crossing the border
So
illegally.
should we put the wall up before they get there so they can't cross?
We could make it so that they're not even trying to come over here if we actually work with the countries they're coming from to improve the economy.
So Israel put up a wall around its borders. Was Israel wrong for doing that?
Well, wrong and effective are two different things.
So let's do both. Were they wrong for putting up a border?
Very different situations. Have you been to Israel?
I have.
Have you gone to those areas?
I have.
So have I. I mean, I think that there's a couple differences that are going on there. I mean, one is that Arab Israelis are Israeli citizens, and what you're talking about there is like a very specific security situation, I would still prefer that wall not be necessary, right? But it's not the same situation.
That's
It's not
amazing
analogous.
to me.
Yeah.
So again, I'm black and slow, so I need some yes and no. Was Israel wrong for putting up a border? Yes or no?
It would be up to them to say. Who am I to say if they were right or
You're
wrong?
saying about our borders.
I'm not saying it would be wrong. I'm saying it's not what I would do. If they want to do it, do it.
The border that Israel put up, is it effective?
I'm not sure.
So all of a sudden you're dumb when it comes to Israel.
If you want to go to ad hominems, by all
You're a
means.
Jew, man. You know if that wall is effective. You don't keep up with what's happening in Israel?
I keep up with it. I don't know the specifics of how effective
You do.
the
You're
wall
not
is.
being honest right
No,
now.
I really don't.
No. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I won't accept it, Paul. You do know, but you won't say.
Okay.
And the reason you won't say because you know that wall is effective. You know they did the right thing to put it up, but you won't say it because that means that if you admit this about Israel doing it, you will have to admit
I'm
that
speculating
we
here.
should put a wall around our border. So you're not being honest.
I'm speculating
And
here.
shame on you for that.
Do I get to talk about it? Okay. I'm speculating that in Israel, it's a very different situation to even get in the country. So you don't have in Israel, in what's a very small country, the situation of overstayed visas, which are, again, in the U.S., most people that are here illegally are not physically crossing a border. It's just a very different, well, no, it's a different situation.
No, you're deviating. They have a wall. There are other countries that have a wall, and common sense people know that you should put a wall around your house if you have strangers coming in uninvited. And then we have these people coming from S-hole countries. We don't have no idea who's crossing the border. You can have Bin Laden folks coming.
Okay, but let's think pragmatically.
MS-13 drinking, drugs and violent. And then these women are coming with these babies, no fathers. We have to take care of those babies.
But let me ask you a question.
And you'll say, well, no, I don't
Let's say
know.
you put up the wall.
But well, Israel did it, but I'm just not sure about
Jesse.
it. I don't believe that, man. I can't believe that.
If Israel puts up, if the U.S. puts up the wall, and every person crossing by land is stopped, which is about 35%. You've still got the other 65% that are here on overstayed visas and flying
We
in.
need to deal
What do
with
you do
that.
about them?
We need to deal with that.
Okay, how do you do
We
it?
need whatever it takes.
But how would you do it?
I don't know. I have no idea right now. But
So how do you
my
know the
thing-
wall is a great
my
idea, but
thing
you don't
is
know what else to do?
Stop the flow by putting up the wall,
Yeah.
and then we'll start cleaning up the mess inside the home, which is our country. And that's what Israel did, and we should do the same thing.
Okay.
I'm glad Israel did it. It's the right thing to do, but it's also right for my country. And I'm a little surprised you want to admit that because you know it's true.
No, I think we just disagree.
Amazing.
It's crazy to disagree, isn't it?
The children of the lie were screaming, about the illegal alien mothers.
Okay.
Oh, you're separating the mothers from the children. Oh, no, don't do it. Do you agree with me that was drama? They don't care about the illegal aliens, the children or the mothers.
I've seen no evidence that they don't care about the children or the mothers.
Really?
Yeah.
And where is the evidence that they do care?
I tend to believe people are good, generally, and I have no reason to suspect that someone who claims to care about the suffering of others doesn't really care.
Then why don't we hear the same cry out or crying when women inside this country commit crimes? They go to prison and the kids are left behind.
I think
why
you
are
do hear
they
that.
saying that, listen, don't separate the mothers because
I think
these
you do hear
illegal
that.
alien women are committing a crime by coming here illegally and trying to get into our country. They care about that, but they don't care about the women who are citizens of this country committing crime and going to prison.
I just read a very interesting piece about women's prisons in the New York Times, and it does seem people care about that.
Amazing. And you believe that they do care?
I have no reason to doubt it, yeah.
I want to ask, the Great White Hope, more people working now? I believe I just saw a report, 7.1, I think million jobs are available now. They don't have people trained well enough to take those jobs. Is that a good thing that the president has done?
What did he do?
Bring back jobs?
How?
It doesn't matter how. He brought them back. Is that a good thing?
If you're going to claim he did it, you have to explain how.
Is that a good thing that it happened?
It's
Because
good
of
for there
time,
to
it
be
doesn't-
jobs. The
I'm sorry?
question is, what did he do to bring the jobs back?
Whatever he did. Is
But
it a good
can
thing
you
that-
identify what he did?
I just told you, man. I'm
So
running
how
out
do you
of
know he
time.
did it?
It's a good thing that he did it.
Jobs are good. I'm
Okay.
asking you what Trump did
So
to
you're
create
saying yes
them.
to that? Elections are coming up in November.
Yes.
Do you think the Democrats are going to win or the Republicans?
I think the most likely scenario is Democrats take the House, Republicans keep the Senate.
Really? And why do you think the Democrats would take the House?
Because of the polling in the House races compared to polling in Senate races.
Do you believe the polling?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Did you believe that when President Trump was running for president and all the polls were saying that Hillary's going to win? Did you believe that?
Well, the national polls said Hillary would win by about 3 percentage points in the popular vote, and she did.
Did you believe the polls when they say that Hillary Clinton was going to win?
That's not what the polls said. They said she would win nationally.
Even Hillary thought she, crooked line Hillary thought she was going to win.
But that's a different argument.
Did you believe that they were going to win?
Did I believe who was going to
win? The Democrats. Crooked Hillary.
I believed the polls that Hillary would win the popular vote, and she did.
But you didn't believe that she would become president?
I thought it was certainly plausible and likely, sure.
And why did you think that?
Why did I think that?
No, why did you think that?
Why didn't I?
No, why did you think that?
Oh, because of the polls.
So you believe the polls, that Hillary Clinton would win?
The polls were accurate in that she won the popular vote by 3%. That's
and
what
because of that, you thought Hillary Clinton would win, right?
Jesse, you're interrupting me.
Go ahead.
The national polls assessed what the popular vote difference would be. They said Hillary would win by about 3%. She did.
So did you believe that Hillary Clinton would win as president?
I did, and I was wrong. People are wrong all the time.
What the polls said, right?
Yeah.
So why are you, and the polls lied?
They didn't lie.
Yeah, they weren't true.
They just didn't assess the electoral vote
Why
results.
are you believing the polls now?
I have no reason to doubt the polls.
I suggest you should.
Okay.
We're dealing with the Great White Hope. I got to ask you just a couple more questions here.
So, just so I know, are you saying the Republicans will keep the House?
I'm not sure, but I have a strong feeling, especially with what happened with Judge Kavanaugh, the attack on him by the children of the lie.
Okay.
I think even moderates and independents and Democrats who would normally not vote for a Republican, I think they were, and especially now that Republicans, people who support the Great White Hope, President Trump, are under attack.
Okay.
You know, we see it with the representatives. The children are going to cafes and restaurants and airports and just carrying on, right? It's turning off a lot of people, a lot of decent people.
I guess we'll see.
Do you believe that is happening?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing that now.
I got to ask you, what is a man?
I'm sorry?
What is a man?
I do politics, not dictionaries.
Are you a man?
I think so.
And what is a man?
You have to get a dictionary.
You know the male thing, right? But a man, what is a man?
Is this what you do, define words?
Yeah, what is a man?
I don't do definitions on my show. I'm not the right person to ask. That's so boring.
Do you know what it is?
Do I know what a man is?
Yes.
When I hear the word man, I think of mankind, like Homo sapiens, and what's the future of mankind?
Well, don't feel badly if you don't know what a man is, because a lot of males don't know what a man is.
Okay.
So you're not alone in this one.
Okay.
And these are some good males don't know what a man is. I gotta ask, love, what is love?
I don't do dictionary definitions.
You don't?
No.
So do you know what love is?
I think you know love when you see it.
And what is it when you see it?
You just know it. You can't even put it into words. It's so ethereal.
Amazing. Yeah. I gotta ask, I know you need to make, I know you're here for the event this weekend. Tell the folks why you're in town and whatever else you want to promote.
I'm here, I'll be at Politicon. I will be talking to people. I will be talking about politics. I will be reframing bogus questions, which is something I like to do. I won't be doing dictionary definitions at any of my events. That's the one thing. If people are expecting that, I'm not doing any dictionary definitions.
And I understand that because most people are shallow, especially the intellectual, and they're not really deep thinkers.
And dictionary definitions are the most surface thing.
When you have to deal with real issues and real questions like this, it throws the intellectuals off.
I agree.
Because they don't necessarily do anything.
Yeah, we're not going to waste time there defining dictionary words.
So the Politicon this weekend, folks, is at the Los Angeles Convention Center. You can buy a ticket at politicon.com. I'm going to be there on Sunday, 12 noon, and another time on Sunday at 2 p.m.
Wow.
Talking about the Great White Hope.
They're having you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is my second year.
Incredible.
And
amazing.
And next week, we went downtown a couple weeks ago now, and we filmed the Slut Walk. You know what the Slut Walk is?
No.
A woman by the name of Amarose has this movement going.
Omarosa?
Amarose.
Oh.
And she wants sluts to be accepted women who have sex with a lot of men and,
Okay.
just be slapped.
How do you define a
So-
lot of men? Like, what's
More
the,
than one.
More than one. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so she's trying to take the shame out of being called a slut to women. And so we videotaped that, and that is coming out next Thursday. It's so amazing. The
Amazing.
slut! It's so amazing.
Incredible.
You like sluts?
I'm sorry?
You like sluts?
I don't know any.
Have you ever slept with a slut?
I don't think so.
Would you date a slut?
It's a pejorative, not a term I use.
Amazing. My final question. Oh, do you know what a slut is when you see one?
No.
Make sure you watch the slut walk on the Fall Estate.
Thank you.
My final question. Did you have fun?
No.
You did not.
No, listen, I think that this is, in 1,000 years, when the sociologists and the philosophers try to figure out what exactly happened in the United States right around this time, this type of conversation is going to be incredibly informative for them. So I'm glad to have participated in it.
Good, man. They're going to say, wow, Jesse was amazing. And the intellectual guy, nice. You're a nice guy. David, thank you for coming, man.
Thank you for having me.
I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you all for tuning in. And don't forget to like, follow, tweet, share, comment, and all of that good stuff. Check out our brand new song on the JessePeterson.com, on my Instagram.
You're doing songs now?
Huh? Facebook, Twitter. Yeah.
You sing or you play an instrument?
It's called
or?
Beta Male. You know what a beta male is?
No.
Check out the song.
Jeez. Trump, right?
Alpha, not beta.
See him with the toilet paper on his shoe? Super alpha move, huh?
I didn't see it, but alpha.
An enemy has
Thank
been
you all.
slain.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. That was fun.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Good evening and welcome to the Gotcha Page. My name is Malcolm Fair, and together with Joseph Stanfield, Arnav Dutt, Mike Ray, and the Dean's Fellows, we are organizing the debate that we're about to see.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now, whether you are here tonight to hear an exchange of views, an enlightening discussion, or just a good show, I know you're not here to hear a line speech from undergraduate sergeant. First, allow me to recognize those in the Notre Dame community who made this debate possible. The God Debate 2 is sponsored by the Institute for Scholarship in the Liberal Arts and the Henry's Lecture Series with additional generous support by the College of Arts and Letters, the College of Science, and the College of Business. Campus Ministry, the Classics Department, the History Department, the Program of Liberal Studies, and Chemistry. The Center for Civil and Human Rights, ILS, and the Department of German and Russian. The Center for Philosophy of Religion, the Center for Undergraduate Scholarly Engagement, the Rooney Center for American Democracy, the Glynn Family Honors Program, and Learning Beyond the Classroom. Finally, I would just like to read a quick passage that beautifully sums up the reason why we are here tonight. Kenneth Burke writes this in the Philosophy of Literary Form. Imagine that you enter a parlor. You come late. When you arrive, others have long preceded you, and they are engaged in a heated discussion, a discussion too heated for them to pause and tell you exactly what it is about. In fact, the discussion had already begun long before any of them got there, so that no one present is qualified to retrace for you all the steps that had gone before. You listen for a while until you decide
16 and a half hours of talking to Joe Rogan of accepting testimony and taking it. They find someone doing something offensive, transphobic, racist, sexist, anti-science, etc. I'll rip a bong too, but I'm not just going to sit around and allow people to use my.
Why is it that God doesn't heal amputees? Why, if
the blue thing that he missed, if you want to go with someone who's been blind their entire TikToker went right down a slippery slope to an irrelevant answer that also didn't make any sense. Now, tonight, is about raising funds for recovering from religion. When he said we're wicked, he didn't define wicked. He didn't demonstrate that we are wicked. He just asserted. He also didn't demonstrate that by not healing amputees, this would make us more wicked, or that it was necessary to not heal amputees in order to keep us from becoming more wicked. He didn't demonstrate any of that. He just made the assertions. Didn't provide any evidence, didn't provide any definitions, nothing. This is how apologetics works. This is the problem with religious thinking. He went down a slippery slope to an irrelevant answer that was not even an answer. And tonight is about raising funds for recovering from religion. So a TikTok apologist targets me for a question because I think I exposed his horrible thinking on his own stream. And all he did was ignore that question and asked a different one in order to preach a bunch of crap and pretend that he responded to a serious question. Why won't God heal amputees versus why won't God heal everyone of everything? Those are two very different questions. And that means that he didn't comprehend the purpose of apologists about atheist trauma syndrome. Whereas if you replace religion in all of those things, you find where the problem is. Please help me welcoming my guest for fundraising for recovering from religion. How the hell are you, Daryl?
Well, I'm doing great, and thanks so much for having me on and for all the support. You are just like the top supporter for recovering from religion, and you have been for over a decade. So thank you.
Well, it's a cause that's near and dear to my heart because while I didn't suffer a lot of ill effects when I found my way out of religion, as a matter of fact, my life got better in pretty much every conceivable way. I hear over the years I've heard from so many people for whom that's not the case. So let's talk RFR. Let's find out, first of all, what's going on. We'll talk about the fundraiser. The information, by the way, for the fundraiser, it's down there in the chat below. The moderators have that as well. The super chats essentially are the donate links are going to be going directly from recovering from religion. And then, and I see that we're already up over $400 right now.
Wow.
If you donated, you can just, it's 420. So
wow,
I guess we should
cool.
bong rip and call in a Joe Rogan show.
Helpline agent as an online community.
You can follow it up with by messaging at the line, the comment, and we'll read them like super chats a little later. But if you're tuning in and you're like, hey, what's Matt hung up on this week? Well, I actually have two hang-ups. One is where I'm calling somebody out by name, and the other one I'm just calling them out by, well, whatever their fake handle is. But the first one is Michael Shermer, who, full disclosure, I've met. I have had conversations with. We've talked to the phone. I generally like him. There are things that we don't agree about and other things. But he posted this message, if we get it up, which oddly I can't read from that. But this was about the Joe Rogan show. And he said, after his 16 and a half hours of talking to Joe Rogan on his show, I heard not one offensive word or sentence. To think someone devoted thousands of hours listening to all his past podcasts in the hopes of catching him is disturbing. In what sort of world are we living? Now, first of all, Michael Shermer is the executive, the chief editor of Skeptic Magazine. He's been in written books that I've referenced before. There's no denying that he understands skepticism, which is why it's so absolutely devastating that he's decided to completely set it aside here in favor of a bunch of really flawed arguments, all in one tiny little tweet there. Because first of all, the number of hours that Shermer spent with him is irrelevant. Whether or not Shermer was offended by anything that was said during that time frame is irrelevant. None of this actually makes any sense. And his claim that he's disturbed by the fact that somebody went listening to thousands of hours in order to find something to call him out on actually isn't true. The number of hours that Shermer spent with him isn't relevant, although I will say that I did go and do some research because I like data. And Joe Rogan's show has about 5,064 hours of content. Average episode duration is about 2.5 hours, give or take, which means that 0.3% of all the time that Rogan has been speaking on the podcast involved Michael Shermer. And to think that, or to suggest that that would remotely be a representative sample is really, really bad. But the other thing is that Shermer says that he didn't hear anything that was offensive. Well, congratulations. That's like saying, you know, hey, I didn't see Jeffrey Dahmer kill anybody, therefore he didn't kill anybody. This is flawed reasoning, just absolutely start to finish, and he's just here doing what he can.
Protect our land.
Sorry, I had an audio issue. He's just sitting here doing what he can because he's been on Joe Rogan's show before, and it's the #1 podcast on the planet. And so when you feel like ideologically someone who's on your side is being targeted, I guess you're going to do what you can to defend them. But he suggested that somebody went and spent thousands of hours listening to all the episodes in the hopes of catching him, and that this is disturbing. And what kind of world are we living in? Now, nobody had to go and recently spend 1,000 hours or thousands of hours listening to Joe Rogan, because people have been commenting on, reporting, and cataloging the things that he's said and done for years. It's just that people are starting to actually pay attention to now. The number of times that he's been called out for being transphobic, for laughing at rape content, comedy club presenters suggesting that the number of female comedians that they got to force them to blow them in order to get stage time, and Rogan sits there and laughs at it. His racist content, his use of the N-word, which, by the way, yes, I'm sure that the overwhelming majority of those instances were talking about the word and offense and things like that. And I get that people are going to draw the line a different way, but you couldn't find... I've done thousands of hours of content as well. You couldn't find clips of me using that word over and over and over, certainly not with the freedom that Joe Rogan does. His sexist content, he's terrible on vaccines and science. He's been giving generally misinformation about scientific information to the point where scientists have actually had to come out and suggest that he should stop doing this and that it's dangerous. Let's not pretend that this is anything other than a bro-fest machismo, let's rip a bong and talk, because Rogan has no expertise, doesn't call out any of his guests. He wants to, I just want to have the conversation and have them on, but he doesn't have any knowledge to actually challenge them, which means people get away with saying all kinds of crap. Of the 927 guests he's had on the show, 11% of them are female. 3 of them, not 3%, 3 of the 927 have been trans. His most watched episodes, 2 of them are with Elon Musk, and 2 of them are with Alex fucking Jones. And yet you've got skeptics supposedly standing up for them. Meanwhile, there were 113 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience removed from Spotify. 113 episodes. Not just, you know, hey, here's a couple of 113 episodes. Now they want to say, well, Rogan, you know, voluntarily did this. Doesn't matter. There's no way. You're not going to find 113 episodes that I've done that we're going to remove from anything because it's terrible. Of that, you know, I don't know how much of that included Shermer, but if there's nothing disturbing about people listening to a show and noting when they find someone doing something offensive, transphobic, racist, sexist, anti-science, etc. I'll rip a bong too, but I'm not just going to sit around and allow people to use my microphone, my pulpit, my show to spread bullshit just so I can toke up with it. There's absolutely nothing about what Shermer says or does here that is representative of skepticism. And first, and to touch on this, whether or not he heard something offensive is completely fucking irrelevant, because Michael, it's not about you. You're not part of the affected minorities that are in these groups. Maybe you're not offended by this either. Maybe you're not offended by intentionally misgendering trans folks. Maybe you're not offended by spreading misinformation about vaccines. Maybe you're not offended by conversations about using the N-word. Maybe you are not offended by racist, sexist comment or laughing at rape. What you're offended by is irrelevant because it's about what other people are offended by, and they're reporting. What kind of world are we living in? That's Shermer's question. A world where someone repeatedly using the N-word is recognized as unacceptable. He dismisses, Shermer, the actual evidence as if it were people just intentionally spending time to go look for something offensive. And yet they found something offensive, and he dismisses the part that's offensive, acting as if it's more offensive that these people found bad things that Rogan said than that he said them. This reminds me of Tim Minchin's song, the Pope song, where he goes, you know, it's fuck the motherfucker. And he goes through and he's saying all this, and the whole point is to get to the end and say that if you're more offended by the language that I use talking about the Pope than the fact that the Pope has continuously supported hiding child rapists from prosecution, then you're part of the fucking problem. And if Shermer wants to pretend that he's more offended by the people who went out and pointed out where Rogan had said bad things than he was by what Rogan had actually said, then he's part of the problem as well. Hopefully, we're also not living in the world where merely being the publisher and editor-in-chief of a long-running skeptic magazine makes one immune from criticism when such an embarrassing lack of skepticism is displayed. But that's not my only hang-up this week. And for some of you have found out, I have a TikTok now, and I have made 2 posts. One of them was, I think, calling out Dave Rubin for anti-science stuff, and the other one was posted after my heart surgery to kind of give people an update. I like it. I've sometimes fallen down TikTok rabbit holes, and the other night, I found a bunch of apologists who were on TikTok, and they were live streaming their prayer meetings, their preaching, whatever it was they were doing. And so I, of course, jump in. Now, I was banned from several of them just for asking them if they could present evidence for what they said. But I did have a back and forth, and I actually submitted a request to be a guest on one of the live ones because what he was saying was absolutely wrong. He was suggesting that for someone like me, you can't show me evidence that would be compelling to God because I'm essentially closed to it. I am blind. And he said, you can't demonstrate to a blind person that the color blue exists. And I asked to guess because that's absolutely false. It may be true that a blind person cannot experience and see the color blue, but being able to demonstrate reasonably that there is such a thing that is identified as the color blue is trivially easy. And I went through and kind of described many of the ways that this could happen. And he wanted to suggest that, well, this just puts them in the position of accepting testimony and taking on faith. And I pointed out that that's not actually the case. I'll get back to that in a minute, because after leaving his channel and suggesting that he was not ready or equipped for these conversations, and that he did not actually address the question we had asked, he then tags me in a TikTok where he found a clip of a debate that I'd done where I asked a question, and then he tries to answer. Let's go ahead and play that clip, and then we'll talk about it.
Why is it that God doesn't heal amputees? Why, if he's willing to...
Matt Dillahunty asked this question, and I've heard this question asked by many atheists, but people don't even think it through. If God were to just take care of every single person who's sick, heal every single person, take care of every single thing, that every person that's, in a bad way, doing something bad, just got rid of all evil, healed all sicknesses, the wickedness inside of human beings would be so bad. So bad. We'd have such indifference with anybody. We wouldn't care about anything that they go through. Why doesn't he? Because we're wicked. Because he wants us to have compassion for other people. He wants us to have empathy for one another. Perhaps Matt Dillahunty thinks indifference is a better thing. This is a poor argument that doesn't even consider all the variables.
Well, no, I certainly don't think indifference is a better thing. The problem is that this individual, I don't know what to call him. I think his tag is Jesus Saved RJM. So we'll just call him RJ because I don't know anything else about him or his name. But RJ missed the point, and he answered a different question as he's done before. When we were having a conversation about can blind people be justified in believing that blue is real, he refused to answer that question. Instead, he kept pretending the question was about can they experience it. And in that discussion, he never mentioned qualia, which I would have rejected. I think it's because not only did he demonstrate that he wasn't equipped for these conversations and can't address the question at hand, but I don't think he knew anything about qualia, and I don't think he understood that what he was potentially trying to describe was something that was often identified as qualia, and I'll leave that to you to look it up. But in fact, blind people can be justified in believing that blue is real, just like they can be justified in believing that other people can see. And that's the part of in the blue thing that he missed. If you want to go with someone who's been blind their entire life, it is no different to say, hey, can I demonstrate to you that blue is real, than it is, can I demonstrate to you that the rest of us can see and you can't, or that others of us can see and you can't. They're identical from the ability to demonstrate the truth of the proposition. And they're not just trusting your word, because you can set up experiments, including computer experiments, to show people things and see if they're consistently identifying the same thing. And you can do them single blind and double blind. But the question, why won't God heal amputees? That is not the question that he answered. His response was, hey, because we're wicked. And God, basically his response was, if God went around healing everybody of everything, then this would just make us more wicked. Well, first of all, the question wasn't, why won't God fix and do absolutely everything for us? It was, why won't God heal amputees? And it wasn't, the purpose of the question was to respond to claims about God healing. Because when people talk about God healing and laying on hands and prayer and intercessory prayer, there's zero evidence to show that anything like this ever happens. And the types of things that they claim are not demonstrable. They're not testable. They're not falsifiable. It's, God cured my cancer. Well, cancer goes into remission. And meanwhile, if you were praying and taking medication and you want to credit a God with it, none of that actually works. But for the people who think that intercessory prayer works, for the people who think that God can and does heal people, why couldn't we get an example of God healing an amputee? Now, I will say that there are some theists and some Christians who, in response to this, have claimed to me, to my face, or at least my ears while I'm on the show, that they have examples of God actually healing amputees. But this pastor, or apologist, I don't know if he's a pastor or not, RJ, just decides to go with the premise that God doesn't heal amputees and claims that it's because we're wicked, because God wants us to learn compassion. So people need to suffer so God can learn compassion. But he doesn't actually answer the question, in the same way that he didn't answer the question about how, can you demonstrate to blind people that blue exists or that people can see blue? If Rick Allen, the drummer from Def Leppard, showed up after years of verified amputee status and he suddenly had 2 arms and said that it was because Jesus showed up and healed him, that would be fucking huge. That would be incredibly powerful. Why won't God heal just one amputee to demonstrate the power? This would be an almost undeniable game changer. Would it absolutely prove that there's a God or that Rick's right about what the solution is? No. But since we don't have any verifiable examples of this, it's just nonsense almost. Not quite. But, I mean, nonsense would be blah, 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 which is less nonsense all the time. But it's absurd to think that, oh, well, God wants you to have compassion, so we'll cure somebody's cancer, but we're going to leave the amputees amputated. We'll cure somebody's headache, we'll help somebody find their car keys. We'll have laying on hands at these particular ceremonies over here. But God won't heal amputees because he can't fix everything for everybody. We wouldn't learn sadness, we wouldn't learn appreciation. This TikToker went right down a slippery slope to an irrelevant answer that also didn't make any sense. Now, tonight is about raising funds for recovering from religion. When he said we're wicked, he didn't define wicked. He didn't demonstrate that we are wicked. He just asserted. He also didn't demonstrate that by not healing amputees, this would make us more wicked, or that it was necessary to not heal amputees in order to keep us from becoming more wicked. He didn't demonstrate any of that. He just made the assertions. Didn't provide any evidence, didn't provide any definitions, nothing. This is how apologetics works. This is the problem with religious thinking. He went down a slippery slope to an irrelevant answer that was not even an answer. And tonight is about raising funds for recovering from religion. So a TikTok apologist targets me for a question because I think I exposed his horrible thinking on his own stream. And all he did was ignore that question and asked a different one in order to preach a bunch of crap and pretend that he responded to a serious question. Why won't God heal amputees versus why won't God heal everyone of everything? Those are two very different questions. And that means that he didn't comprehend the purpose of asking me why won't God heal amputees question at all. When someone like this TikToker pretends to understand things that they don't, when they pretend they've answered questions that they haven't, when they offer up platitudes and assertions, it's an example of what religion does to a brain and why there are so many people who need to recover from the damage religions do to their reasoning and their psyche. And while I can demonstrate that blue is real to a blind person, and I may end up doing a video on this, he can't demonstrate anything at all about his religious beliefs are true. And he doesn't even try. It's just assertions and preaching. And this is important because if you want to know one of the biggest differences between a religious mindset and atheism, it's this. Tonight's guest is Dr. Daryl Ray from Recovering from Religion. There is no organization called Recovering from Atheism. There is no organization called the Freedom from Atheism Foundation. There is no psychological study going on between psychologists about atheist trauma syndrome. Whereas if you replace religion in all of those things, you find where the problem is. Please help me welcoming my guest for fundraising for Recovering from Religion. How the hell are you, Daryl?
Well, I'm doing great, and thanks so much for having me on and for all the support. You are just like the top supporter for Recovery from Religion, and you have been for over a decade. So thank you.
Well, it's a cause that's near and dear to my heart because while I didn't suffer a lot of ill effects when I found my way out of religion, as a matter of fact, my life got better in pretty much every conceivable way. I hear over the years I've heard from so many people for whom that's not the case. So, let's talk RFR. Let's find out, first of all, what's going on. We'll talk about the fundraiser. The information, by the way, for the fundraiser, it's down there in the chat below. The moderators have that as well. The super chats essentially are the donate links are going to be going directly from Recovering from Religion. And then, and I see that we're already up over $400 right now.
Wow.
If you donated, you can just, it's 420. So
wow,
I guess we should
cool.
bong rip and call it a Joe Rogan show.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So yeah, how's this? Well, I mean, we rolled a clip of some of the volunteers just prior to going live, and if you missed that, go back and to the beginning and watch that before the show. How are things going at RFR?
Well, first of all, thanks to your crew for putting those testimonials up. And I think we've got more. Those are all volunteers. People who are just passionate about what we do and care to help folks. But well, it's doing great. We're somewhere around 300 volunteers in 16 time zones right now, and that kind of fluctuates a little bit. But we've grown from probably 25 groups across mostly North America a couple of years ago to 65 groups now, and those expand from Estonia to Australia. It really has grown immensely. And our secular therapy project now is 568 therapists with over 27,000 clients registered to look for a therapist. So there's a hell of a lot of growth, and we're on the edge of doing some other really big stuff I can't talk about yet. I hope I can in a few weeks, but right now I can't. But anyway, big stuff on the horizon. We're really expanding into Australia and New Zealand a lot. And we've got a new team that just came together literally just the last few weeks that are going to be looking at how we can expand into the Spanish-speaking world and take all of the technology and all the protocols that we've got, developed, and just port them over to be useful in the Spanish world, all of South America. The Pentecostals have been, Catholics are dying, and the Pentecostals are taking over South America in many, many places. So there's enormous opportunities to work in the Spanish-speaking world. I don't speak Spanish, so we're dependent on good volunteers who want to make that happen. So that's just a few of the things. I can talk all night about it.
And I know that I have a lot of friends in Brazil as well, and it would be nice if we not only seek out Spanish speakers, but those who speak Portuguese. Now, I went when I was thinking about the show. I went for a walk today. Arden and I are pretty much trying to walk every day, even though it's cold, because I've got to recover, and it gives my legs some exercise and helps me breathe. But it's also a really good time for me to think. Like, I have to take my phone with me, but I stick it in a pocket, and then we go for a walk for quite a while, and it's a great opportunity. And I knew that I was going to that my hang up, I knew you were going to be the guest, but I knew that the first hang up was going to be Michael Shermer, and the second was going to be this TikToker who nobody really knows about, and it's almost unfair for me to kind of put him on blast, but he did what he did. But when I was trying to figure out exactly how to segue this, we were talking, and it occurred to me right away that, hey, we're doing this for Recovering from Religion. There's not a Recovering from Atheism organization. And if there were churches out there trying to claim they were, they're essentially making stuff up. Like, oh, well, you've recovered from being a lost soul destined for hell. But then it occurred to me, not only is that true for RFR, but it's true for Freedom from Religion Foundation. And then I went to, now you and I are familiar with Dr. Marlene Winnell, and she has coined this term, which I want to make sure I'm clear here. This does not exist in the DSM. This is not a diagnostic. It is not even incredibly popular amongst mainstream psychology. But she kept running into so many people who were suffering traumatic effects from their religious upbringing and things that happened in their life directly tied to religion, that she coined a term, religious trauma syndrome. And while I want to make sure that, because you and I are going to talk about it a little bit, I want people to understand I'm not in any way suggesting that this is an actual thing that necessarily should be in the DSM. I think for now, what would be, and I'm not an expert, but what would be more accurate would be to say that there are people suffering from PTSD, and that it is strong, that some of these people suffering from a version of PTSD, it is strongly tied to their religious upbringing and that doctrine. Yes. So talk to us more about that.
Well, that's exactly right. And, I think Matt, I don't care if it's in the DSM-5 or not. It's irrelevant.
Right.
Because we have a PTSD syndrome. We know what PTSD looks like, and it's clearly articulated in the DSM-5. So if somebody is showing symptoms of trauma, PTSD, and then we trace it back to early childhood religious abuse, it's still trauma. We're just adding the etiology of it. The cause of it is religion. And we see this so many times, thousands of times a year at Recovering from Religion. People come to us with a terror of hell, and they're full-grown adults that have been out of religion for 10 years, and that they still wake up at night with cold sweats. They can't go to work the next morning. They're depressed. Lots of things are going on there that make it look like trauma. And what we can say is that trauma is directly related to religion. So we do know PTSD or some kind of trauma diagnosis is relevant here. Whether it's in the DSM as religious trauma is really irrelevant, if that makes sense. Is that what you're asking?
That, and I know, we've got, every time, we do one of these, we get, trying to get a volunteer or two on there, but from people if they want to, hang on, I'm having a breathing issue. There we go. If you want, you can go back and listen to last year when Daryl and I did this, and we were doing the RFR fundraiser to talk about the history of the organization and how he and I talked about it years ago. I'm not on the board for RFR. I'm not officially involved with RFR in any way. I just direct people there from the shows because it's a great organization, and it started, and there are still, so there's the helpline, the website, and then there's individual group meetings. So how does all that work? And what's the impact been over the last decade or so?
Well, it's been evolutionary, organic, if you will. All of our programs just kind of come from what we need as a perceived need. I started the whole thing just almost on a lark to just bring people together and let them talk to each other at an IHOP, and the back room of an IHOP. And I don't mean International House of Prayer. That, by the way, International House of Prayer is in Kansas City where I live, so I have to be clear about that.
Yeah. By the way,
But,
the total raised right now at this moment is $666. And while that's really cool, and we should definitely get a screenshot of it, we don't want to stop there. You can also start clicking the like button so that we can get to our 666 likes for the episode. But we want the number to go much, much higher than there. Please continue, Daryl.
Thank you. So what we were seeing is people coming to us with conditions that we knew we could help with, but we didn't have the infrastructure to do it. And the small group stuff just couldn't cut it. I mean, if you're in Montana, there's nobody around, or you think you're the only atheist around in Birmingham, Alabama, or whatever.
Right.
So we started putting that led us to the chat line and the phone lines, and that, of course, opened the world up. Literally, the world up. We have chats from probably 2/3 of all the nations in the world have called us or chatted with us in some way, shape, or form since our beginning. And we routinely get chats from every continent except Antarctica, of course. And these chats come to us. I'll tell you, Matt, I think our volunteers see more signs of religious trauma, whether you call it religious or not, it's just trauma.
Right.
Than any therapist would see in a lifetime. And we see it in a matter of days, weeks, months. People come to us with these horrible complaints about, I was thrown out of my house, LGBTQ kid. I'm thrown out of my house. I have nowhere to go. My parents tell me I'm going to hell. I'm ex-Mormon, or I'm Mormon. And how does that affect someone to know that the people who were supposed to love you unconditionally, your own parents, are now totally disavowing you, and you're only 16 or 17 years of age? And over and over and over again, we get this kind of shit. And you look at Jehovah's Witnesses, same thing. You could lose your whole family. And when people call us, they are oftentimes in distress for the horrible shunning that, it's active shunning. They go out of their way to make you suffer from this loving God. And of course, they call it loving. We love you. That's why we're treating you so shitty, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This kind of brings up a side point that I've talked about a little bit before, and that is that religions in general both set up false expectations and exploit the false expectations we already have. And one of them that I'm kind of famous for poo-pooing is this notion of unconditional love or soulmates. I don't think there's anybody who I love unconditionally, and I don't think that, by and large, any of us truly do. We may have a strong emotional connection to someone, no matter how awful they turn out to be. And so it may be possible that we just continue to have love for a person. But to me, love goes a lot further. If I love someone, I want to interact with them. And it's really strange to me to say, oh, I love that person, but I don't want to be anywhere near them. And I've said stuff like that before. It's like, I have people who I know, who I love, but I don't like them. I don't like the stuff that they do. I don't like to be around them, but I love them because there's this emotional attachment that has been a big part of my life. And so maybe it's more about loving the memory of what was, or that type of thing.
I think it has a lot. I think the word you used is important. It's attachment. I actually feel the same about this notion of unconditional love. I don't think there is such a thing because all love has some conditions. I mean, if you point a gun at me and say I'm going to shoot you, I'm probably not going to love you anymore. Period.
Yeah.
There are conditions under which I will not love you anymore, and that's
But
okay.
I think the false expectations that religions are exploiting are these fantasy notions of, oh, they're like, I've been watching for the first time ever in my entire life. I've been watching The Bachelor this season. It's a terrible show. I absolutely despise it and everybody on it, and yet I'm going to keep watching it. But there's few things that are more obvious than the people who come on there thinking they're going to find their person, their one, their soulmate. And it's like, hang on. So the universe has conspired to put you on a reality show in front of everybody where you're competing with 29 other incredibly attractive people for the affection of this other person. And if you happen to win this game show, then what you've done is you found your one. Like there was just the one. Tim Minchin has this song called If I Didn't Have You, and I highly recommend that everyone go listen to it. If I Didn't Have You, it's brilliant.
Yeah, and I will go back to what you said a bit earlier, because you used the word attachment, and that's really the essence of what's going on in many people. The person born into a family their brain is programmed to find the attachment that for the significant person, usually the mother, but both parents, obviously, and then attach to that person, because without that attachment, you're going to die. You need the protection of this attachment figure. And if that attachment then has other conditions put on it, like religious attachment, it can go south pretty bad, and you can get trauma at a very early age, because in order to achieve the attachment you need to protect yourself, you also have to do some damaging things, some things that undermine your own mental health at the same time. So if somebody says, you got to read your Bible verses and you're going to go to hell if you don't, and we're going to spank you if you don't, there's a contradiction there between what I need to do to stay healthy and attached to my parents and what they're expecting me to do that's unhealthy and traumatizing, because literally fear of hell is one of the most common complaints we get. So there's so much going on.
It's one that I was kind of spared. I mean, I believed in a literal hell, a lake of fire, and all of that. It's just that I think for me, I was saved at the age of about 5, walking down the aisle at a revival, and so for the bulk of my life, everything that I could remember and interact with, it was not like the fear of hell was a real thing that bugged me, because from the age of 5 on, I was like, oh, there is a hell, and I don't want any of my friends to go there, but I'm not going. I know this. I know that Jesus Christ is Lord, and I'm saved by the blood of the Lamb, and my book is in the book of life, or my name is in the book of life, etc. But it's and so it's strange to me to hear about the people's emotional psyche, the way they go about dealing with issues is very different. It's not just a matter of, oh, well, you're the weird one or they're the weird one. There's a variety of ways to look at this. And while I looked at it as, I don't want people to go to hell, I've heard from people who had a similar upbringing to me, who the very notion that their best friend was going to wind up in hell was enough to make them an almost babbling, bawling, catatonic mess of just crying and heaving that they're, this. And instead, mine was, for me, it was a little more practical. I've always been pretty pragmatic. If I can't actually do something about something, there's not much I can. I don't let it bother me too much. I kind of let it go.
You waste a lot of energy on it, right? Yeah.
But for me, it was, God has a plan. And God's either going to save this person or he's not. And if he is going to save this person, then maybe I'm not the right person to help lead them there at this moment. Maybe it's going to happen later or whatever else. But it was just this blind trust that everything was going to happen according to God's plan. And so I never got distraught about who was going to wind up in hell, because I was convinced that no matter how much I loved someone, the people who wound up in hell were the ones that were deserved to wind up in hell. And so what was there to be sad about? And yet I hear from people, and I'm sure you guys do. We're in just a couple minutes, we're going to hear from some RFR volunteers. You talk about hell being the biggest thing that traumatizes people, one of the most frequent ones. And I just feel like, once again, I'm the oddball, because that wasn't the thing for me, but it just breaks my heart to watch people going through it.
What you described that didn't happen to you, but does happen to many people, is called vicarious trauma. If you are, and we all know what vicarious trauma is, you maybe haven't heard the term, but if you're a soldier in Iraq and you watch your buddy get blown up by an IED, you have a high probability of experiencing vicarious trauma.
But I submitted mine with questions, genuine questions, because it's only a 1 in the explanation for the diversity. If there was a silver bullet, we'd already found it. This was the naive Matt early on, 20 years ago, when it was like, I'm going to write a book that's going to, convince everybody that God stuff is nonsense. And the truth is, people believe for different reasons, although many of them are similar, and they're going to give it up for different reasons. Even two people who believe for the exact same reason are going to possibly give it up for different reasons. And what it may involve is actually being able to have a conversation to alleviate some fears about having the conversations afterward. I think probably there's a clip that I should probably put together at some point, which would be hopefully pretty useful. And that is for the people who are terrified of calling in or having those conversations, or I'm terrified to question God. I think it's a sin to even begin to doubt or question. To have them start asking themselves questions about, does this make sense? Does a God who loves you hide? Does a God who wants you to know him hide? Does a God who is true and good, who you already believe in, who you already want to do anything and everything for, does that God refuse to answer questions? Does that God punish you for merely asking questions, genuine questions? It's not like you're trying to be tricky. It's not like you're the godless heathen on the corner. It's not like you're me trying to set up a trick question for you. You have genuine concerns. Why is there suffering in the world? Why won't God heal amputees? What type of God makes it a punishable or unforgivable sin? And granted, I get there's only one unforgivable apostasy. But to even doubt. And if we can get people to give up the fear of doubting, then maybe they can start doing the doubting and get to a better place. I have a bunch of callers. We have another volunteer we'll get to in a little bit, but there's a call or two here. This one I think I can kind of take pretty quickly. Gregory in Phoenix, Arizona, pronouns are he, him, had a question for me. So welcome, Gregory.
Hi, how are you guys?
Doing well.
Yeah, so I just have a question. I saw a video on YouTube, something like Trent Horn had said about, he said that atheists commit the God of the gaps fallacy when they do these kind of things like, can God guess my card, or God's will, why doesn't he heal amputees? Because he said that if we say that, we're saying that the only way that this could be would be good through God's divine intervention. So I just kind of wondered what, is the point of doing those kind of things, like God guessing cards or God striking me down.
So there's a lot that you said that doesn't make sense, and I don't know if that's coming from you or from the person you were talking to. This has absolutely nothing to do with God of the Gaps. In recent episodes, two back-to-backs, the last 2 weeks of episodes of the Atheist Experience, I have held up a playing card and asked them to ask God or the Holy Spirit to tell them what card I'm holding. Now, the purpose of doing that is, on both occasions, I had someone who claimed that they were able to have conversations with and get direct answers from God or the Holy Spirit, and that they would know this. As a matter of fact, one of them, even when he got the answers wrong, was convinced that God actually gave him the wrong answers intentionally. The point of doing something like that is, I don't care that the Bible says thou shalt not put the Lord thy God to the test. That's some absolute nonsense. Everything should be put to the test. And if your claim is that you can communicate with God and God knows stuff, then this is one way to do it. Now, if there was another thing that you asked about, which was, why won't God heal amputees? That also has nothing to do with God of the Gaps. God of the Gaps is actually a Christian apologist typical fallacy, which is, here's something within the realm of knowledge that we don't know, and I'm going to stick God. Why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know. Put God in there. What caused the universe? We don't know. Put God in there. What is the explanation for the diversity of life in the universe? We don't know. We'll stick God in there. How does this thing function? What causes lightning? We don't know. We'll stick a God in there. That's what the God of the Gaps fallacy is. And basically, it is a point where we say, well, we don't have a scientific explanation. We don't have a good reason. So we'll just stick a God in there. It is fallacious when theists do it. There's nothing God of the Gapsy about me saying, hey, since you claim to be talking to the all-knowing head of the universe, have him tell you what card this is, because God should be able to do that instantly. As a matter of fact, God should be able to tell you the entire order of the deck that's over here. God should be able to tell you the 20-digit number that I have written down on a piece of paper over here for years, with absolutely no mistakes, and it shouldn't take any time. It's a way to demonstrate that people exaggerate and misrepresent the nature of the God that they think they experience.
Okay, I think I understand that. I do think it was Transform's argument, which was nonsense. I mean, it becomes clear when you explained it. But in terms of what if you pulled the card and they were right, and it therefore reinforces their belief that God really did do it this time?
It's called counting the hits and not the misses.
Yeah, so I take a risk every time I do that, because it's only there's 52 cards in the deck. And there's a chance that they could randomly name it, and somebody could be like, oh, God got it right. But the thing is, now that they've demonstrated a positive, okay, because their claim at the beginning was, God can tell you what card you're holding, and can do this, without fail. He knows everything and can communicate to me. If he gets the first one wrong, clearly they were wrong. But if they get the first one right, now you can say, that's wonderful. Let's show that this is more than just a random thing. And I'm going to hold up 6 cards, and I want God to name them all in order. And if they were to successfully pass that, well, then we would have beaten the odds that someone could randomly get something right. And then we would have to look into whether or not there's trickery or something else going on. But at a minimum, it's not like you do the test once. That's not science. It's not like if I held up a card and said, hey, can God tell me what card it is? And they get it right. All of a sudden, I'm now believing in their God. It's one positive hit. The point is, they can't even reliably do the one positive hit. If it ever happens, then we'll go on to the second round of testing, which is why the James Randi Educational Foundation, for the $1 Million Prize for years, had a preliminary test where somebody had to demonstrate that they could, in fact, do the thing that they claimed to pass a preliminary test. And then you would go on to the next round of testing. In the entire history of the JREF, nobody ever passed a preliminary test. And so far, nobody's passed a preliminary test of anything that I've come up with.
Okay, so if I can just to make sure I understand, asking for the cards, what specific card you're pulling, and then also asking why God won't heal amputees is to see if the God potentially could do, like according to them, he can do extraordinary things, so he should be able to do these extraordinary tests, and that would at least be a step forward into showing that something extraordinary did happen, not necessarily God, like something.
It wouldn't on its own prove that a God exists, but it would be a nice step in the right direction, a step that over the last several thousand years, none of them have been able to make. How is it that the overwhelming majority of people believe in a God, and good chunks of those believe in a God who can supposedly do all kinds of wonderful things, and they haven't been able to demonstrate even once that God can reliably tell you what number I'm thinking of?
Right. Okay.
But on that note, I appreciate it, Gregory. I've got to get to some other callers. You can, but we'll answer it offline. So go ahead and ask, and then we'll
done things I'm not proud of.
Okay, I was just asking about, wanted to ask about the logic and the Pascal's wager. I was thinking about this, I wasn't sure, but I just want to ask someone, who has a background in logic. When Pascal says that you can't use logic to get to God, and in his wager, he's asking you to use logic to wager whether God or not is real, right? So he's contradicting himself in his own wager, isn't he? Because you have to wager, you have to be aware of what the consequences are when you are wagering, so that you have to use logic for it, right?
So can you see chat alongside the show? Because I just posted a link to a YouTube video that I did on Pascal's wager that's about 30 minutes that covers every aspect of it in great detail.
Oh, okay. I'll go click on it then later. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Gregory. Yeah, Pascal's wager, while it's pretty simple, is a lot to try to get to after so many other questions. But we have Kathy in Wisconsin, who's another RFR agent, calling in to talk about what's going on. How you doing, Kathy?
I'm doing great. How are you two doing?
Good, Kathy. Thanks for calling in.
I'm alive.
You're alive. No problem, Daryl. Thanks for inviting us. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah. Tell us about your experience, Kathy.
Sure, will do. So I'm an RFR helpline agent, just like Jennifer. But I feel like I kind of have a...
Related to recovery?
Got too difficult, I guess, for my mom or my father.
Every question, like we're assuming that Sophie's here right now, okay? So pretend that I'm Sophie, all right? So who messaged first, you or Sophie?
Like who direct message? Sophie, I think.
This is you messaging first, right? Yes or no? This is your message to her.
I'm working night shift, so I have to be up until 7 a.m. I don't remember messaging first.
Okay, well, I mean, this is what the first chat was. That sucks, LOL, but nothing much. Don't have any posts yet. Are you mostly on IG to follow other people, or are you going to post your own stuff soon? I'm here to make friends. I might post eventually. That's cool. My name is Sean. I'm Sophie. How old are you? Just turned 39 last month. I'm from Austin, Texas. And, Sophie's from Dallas. And we stay right here. We're 14, but, it's in the Bible, almost 14. Doesn't matter. Same age. Same crime.
Wow.
Sweet. I have lots of friends in the Denton area, actually. They're badass special effects artists. Wow, LOL. I can't believe we're both from Texas. Look up Pink Misfit. They're legit. And yeah, what are the odds? So are you like in a band?
Oh, yeah.
You are? What's the band called?
It's called Player 4.
Player 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Player 4 little kids? Or just Player 4?
No, like fourth player on a game console.
Oh, okay. Do you want to be friends?
There are 4 members.
So who in the band is actually a player?
Pardon?
Who in the band is like actually a player?
A player?
Yeah.
Like a musician?
Like that invites actual girls over to the hotel and does stuff.
No.
Oh, okay,
No.
Gotcha.
We're a band.
Okay. Oh, I understand.
This is just me.
I understand. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with them.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm gonna make that clear right now.
Okay, cool. Okay. So, do you like younger girls? LOL. Then you said, yeah, I tend to. The problem is actually putting that into practice. What do you mean by you don't get to put that into practice?
Like, well, this, for instance.
So, you have an attraction to these young girls. And what were the ages you said you had an attraction to? I know what you said, but you can tell me first.
Like 11, 12.
Okay, that's pretty much what you said. So, put into practice. How long have you wanted to put into practice you having sex with underage kids?
Look, this is something that I always had as an unattainable fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking it was too good to be true. I'm glad it's not the FBI, I guess. I mean, you're not FBI, are you?
No.
Okay.
Go on.
I just, I've been having thoughts for my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, when did you notice these thoughts start to come? Because when I was in second grade, I had a crush on a second grader. I'm third grade, I had a crush on my third grader. You can like 8-year-olds if you're an 8-year-old. So when did you start to notice that lag between, I'm this age, but I'm still attracted to that age? You know what I'm trying to say?
That was just after high school. I started noticing. So here's the thing. My first crush was Kirsten Dunst. Interview with a Vampire.
Okay.
And then I just noticed that I still liked her as I got older, that age. So, even though we're the same age.
Okay. So, it was basically a TV show that got you into younger kids, you think? Or a movie?
No, it's just something that I've always felt.
Okay. So it was after high school that you felt you still had an attraction to 13-year-olds that you noticed? Okay. So what is it about 13? You're prepubescent, right? Or barely pubescent?
At that age.
Yeah, what is it about that age?
Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't have a good answer for that question.
What is it? Do you like big titties and fat ass?
Yeah, I do.
11 and 12-year-olds don't have a big titties and fat ass.
I like flat people too. Boys as well.
So you're
I like short people, tall people, old people, young people. I like a lot of people. I just didn't think this one fantasy was ever going to happen.
If you didn't think it was going to happen, then why'd you get the hotel? Why'd you get the hotel if you didn't think it was going to happen?
Well, I was kind of hoping maybe that there was something that would actually happen, but no.
What were you expecting? Were you expecting Sophie and her 6-year-old sister to just be at the Sprinkle ATM?
I was expecting Sophie to show up, but...
At the Sprinkle ATM. At the Sprinkle ATM?
Yeah.
You know what happens at ATMs? Robberies. And what were you going to do? What were you going to rob of her? You were going to rob her innocence. So that makes you fucked up.
Yeah, I know that.
So you also, before you even get into more of the chats, you also brought up that you wanted to perform acts on the 13-year-old to demonstrate for the 6-year-old. And yes, or did you say that? Hold on. You said you have a fantasy of a mature 6-year-old. Did you say that? Yes or no? Did you say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a fantasy, right?
Right.
It's not real. Elves are fantasy, mature 6-year-old is a fantasy, But yes or no, you were trying to live out this fantasy today. Yes or no? Yeah.
Okay. So it was this close to not being a fantasy. If you had what you wanted, it wouldn't have been a fantasy, correct?
Well, I guess so, yeah.
Okay. So why do you have a fantasy about a 6-year-old? What's appealing about a 6-year-old? Because that's half the age that you're even attracted to.
I don't have a good answer for that either, I just like I guess the wrongness of it is exciting to me.
Okay, but there is a wrongness about having sex in a public bathroom. There's a wrongness about, you know, having sex in your girlfriend's father's bed. There's a wrongness about that.
Yeah.
So those could be wrong, but they're not illegal. So what is about this 6-year-old wrongness? Because everybody likes to do taboo shit deep down, you know? But my taboo shit doesn't involve people under the age of 18.
Well, good for you. I'm sure you have a happy life then.
Great.
So mine does. I'm sorry.
So, but what's appealing about the 6-year-old fantasy?
Well, I never had a chance to talk to anyone about this, but
I'm here.
You know, there was a time back in college. I was 19, I think. I met this person. She went by the name of Chrissy. I doubt that was her real name. She said she was from Oklahoma. Yada yada yada. We started messaging on the internet, and she said she had a 6-year-old sister that was named Autumn, and like asked if I could like babysit for her, and like just on the internet, just keep her occupied, and just things started happening that were pretty lewd, I guess you could say. That's a good word for it.
You're good, both. With the 6-year-old.
It just, yeah, I mean, it made my imagination go off like crazy.
So, you know, if you actually had the chance to babysit Autumn, it would have been your fall. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I do. But that whole thing was just a fabrication. I found out like none of these people existed. It was just stories that they were telling me. And
so, who did you think was on the other end of that chatter?
I kept talking. I kept asking them like, is this for real? I don't understand this. And she was like, yeah, this is for real. And you know.
But see, it doesn't matter if it's fake or not, because I'm losing my shit here. Hold on. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not, because the fact is that fantasy is harmful to people. I notice you have a very political oriented Instagram, and you know, whether I'm not going to get into a debate with you, we differ heavily on politics. I'll just tell you that.
All right.
But I noticed you posted stuff about the Capitol riots, and basically your argument is that ideology of thinking the election's rigged has led to bad things like the Capitol riots. That's what it seems like. So that ideology that you have about a 6-year-old, even if it's just a fantasy, like you probably think the election being rigged is a fantasy, I'm not going to argue with it. It's that fantasy can lead to harmful things, like the Capitol riot. Like you actually hear to have sex with that 6-year-old, 13-year-old.
Yeah.
So harmful ideologies in the end manifest to reality. And one thing that we can agree on, that having sex with 6-year-olds and 13-year-olds is a harmful reality or harmful ideology, yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So you also wanted to demonstrate on the 13-year-old for the 6-year-old. What were you hoping to teach the 6-year-old?
Well, you said that she was asking questions about sex, and you know.
Who cares? She's 6 years old. Every 6-year-old asks questions.
Okay.
But what did you want to demonstrate for her, and why?
I don't have any answer for that. Like, there was, you know, my imagination was going one way, but you know, I wasn't expecting to ever meet her.
The 6-year-old?
Yeah.
Okay, but you were expecting to meet the 13-year-old, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand both of those are very illegal and just land you in jail for however long. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to get back into the chat. So do you look at girls? Yeah, I tend to. The problem is actually putting that into practice. What do you mean? Well, I know better than to do something illegal, but I still have those thoughts. You don't know better. This still is illegal. I'm going to let you know that it's still a felony, even if the girl. There is a harm in online flirting, like when you send nudes, when you ask for child porn. that still can mess up a kid for life.
Yeah.
So you have this fantasy. How many times have you masturbated to child porn?
It's on and off. It comes and goes. Like, I try to get rid of it, and then I end up downloading more.
Really? Where do you find this child porn?
You just search for it.
Oh, like on Google? Or do you go dark web? Or Twitter?
No, just Google.
Google? And so what website did you find this child porn on?
You can go to Usenet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you download it yourself, or do people trade it with you?
I download it. I don't trade with people.
So you don't trade with people on Instagram?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, so when's the first time you viewed child porn? Like, was it during high school, after high school?
That was during college, yeah.
During college. How many people know about your child porn addiction?
How do people know?
How many people know?
3. Well,
3 people.
6.
Are they in your band?
People. No.
Okay. Who are these people that know about your child porn addiction?
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? You have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Does she know you're here?
No.
Is she okay with you cheating?
We're polyamorous, and we're on a break. 2 things.
Okay. So, your girlfriend doesn't have a problem with your child porn addiction?
I mean, yeah, she would.
She would.
Like, if she knew I was here, she would have a problem. Yeah.
But she doesn't have a problem with just on the internet.
She doesn't have a problem with me being a pedophile, right?
So you're a pedophile, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I said that.
Okay. So, so why do you think it's okay to just view child porn on the internet, but not okay to do it in person?
I don't know. I guess I feel like they've already been. Like, can I ask what's going to happen with these videos, please?
Well, since you're honest with us, we have no plans with them because I was just filming it here just for safety reasons. But, you know, like I said, if you're dishonest or if you were to be dishonest, we'd have a turd with the police. But,
right.
Okay. So, what was okay with you viewing child porn on the internet, but not doing it in person?
No, it's a source of a lot of self-loathing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just started therapy this week, and I was hoping to maybe talk to her about it and work through some of these issues, but like, I haven't gotten to that point. I have 1 appointment so far, and I want to be a better person. I just have this darkness in me that I don't know what to do. I'm desperate for some help, and
How old are you?
I'm 39.
All right.
I just turned 39 in January.
You had 20 years to get help.
Do you understand what? Have you ever heard the term executive dysfunction? Do you know what that is?
No.
It's where you physically cannot complete a task. It could be a complex task, or it could be as simple as brushing your teeth. And part of that was seeking help.
But you should start therapy this week.
I did. Like, my girlfriend has helped me get to the point where I can actually do that and get better, but like, I haven't been doing better for a long time. Like, my father committed suicide in 2013, and I've been blaming myself for that.
Why do you blame yourself?
Well, I figured that maybe he found out and he didn't want to live with me anymore or something.
Would you blame him?
Well, fucking no. And that just eats me up, okay?
How do you think he found out?
I don't know if he did. He may have had his own reasons, and in hindsight, it looked like he was saying goodbye to people, like he had been planning this for a long time. You know, I just, like, his father had dementia, and I don't think he wanted to go through that either. I think he felt himself slipping, but he may have found out, and that thought makes me just hate myself.
Okay, but you still. So you think that could be the reason, but 6 years later you're still doing the same thing. So clearly it's but you have the victim mentality. I understand. I don't know what's wrong with you. Well, I mean, shit like this is unexplainable. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you have that victim mentality. What do you mean you can't get help? What do you mean you can't call a psychiatrist? What do you mean you can't just not do child porn? You said you like big cities and you have got a girlfriend you can fuck. You're polyamorous. You have other bitches you can fuck. So why? It just doesn't seem necessary that you do this. But do you like children more than adults?
No.
You like adults more than children?
I like them about the same.
You like them about the same?
Yeah.
So if you do one's illegal and you've been watching child porn for fucking at least 17 years, that's insane. I'm 20. You've been watching child porn for my whole life. You open up the computer and look at someone my age getting fucked, or someone my age at the time getting fucked, probably. How old? Have you seen toddler porn before? Yes or no?
Have I seen what?
Toddler porn before, yes or no? No? Who's the youngest, do you think? 7, 8?
Probably 6.
6 years old.
Yeah.
Toddler's like 4 or 5?
Yeah.
Year after being a toddler, 6 years old. That's not a fantasy. Where do you think these kids that you see on the screen, where do you think they come from? They come
everywhere.
They come from being trafficked.
Yeah.
They come from being kidnapped. I'm saying shit. They come from being kidnapped, stolen. They come from being abused. So it's not a fantasy.
I'm aware of it.
You're buying this from the market. Does it cost money to download child porn?
Not usually.
Have you paid to see child porn before? Yes or no? No. But you still, somehow they get money off of your view and download.
Yeah, they must.
They have to.
They must.
There wouldn't be a market. If people like you wouldn't watch, there wouldn't be a market for it. Just like if simps didn't get OnlyFans, if these pussy-ass men weren't throwing money at these dumbass bitches to see them naked, then there'd be no OnlyFans. If you didn't buy into that, there would be child abuse would go down exponentially. It doesn't matter how much the government tries to crack down on child abuse. It doesn't matter how much. The main people contributing it to child abuse are people like you. You have so many victims. You have 20 years worth of victims. 20 years. You've been destroying kids' lives for my lifetime. Because these people that make the child porn, they're sociopaths. All they care about is money. They need a reason to do it. You know what I mean? Their motivation is people like you that'll buy into it. And your girlfriend for being complacent, that's fucked up. Your girlfriend's a lot to blame too. Not for your actions, but she needs to blame herself too for allowing it, for knowing what's happening.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about having kids?
No.
What is part
of at one time, a long, long time ago, I guess I thought about having kids, but I just don't want to. Because I don't want to tempt myself, and here I am in this room.
Tempt yourself.
Yeah.
Do you think you could potentially have sex with your kids?
I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't want to do that. Ever.
That's fucked up, man.
I agree with you. There's nothing you said that I haven't agreed with.
So you also mentioned consent to a 13-year-old, to a 6-year-old. Can a 6-year-old consent?
Not legally, no.
Not legal. Do you think they can consent? Like, do you think they can make the decision to say yes or no?
No.
Legal or illegal?
No.
Okay. Do you think a 13-year-old can make that decision?
I don't know, but I would say just no.
Right. There's definitely maybe outliers, but that's a very small chance. I would say more often than not, they don't know what they're doing versus they do. Yes or no?
They don't know.
Exactly. You go. So you also brought up anime. porn. Is it, what do you call this, hentai?
Yeah.
So so you have a hentai fetish. What were you doing? Why are you trying to introduce hentai to a 6-year-old or 13-year-old?
I was just trying to explain the concept of fetishes.
Oh, fetishes. Yeah, you kind of gave them a biology lesson. Do you think of anything else? I don't know. Do you look at porn ever? How much child porn do you have on your phone right now?
I don't have any child porn on my phone.
What happened? You deleted it?
I don't keep it on my phone.
Where do you keep it?
It's at home.
It's at home on the computer.
Yeah.
Well, since we're being pretty open about sexuality, why don't we talk more about it and dive right in? What's something that really turns you on? You can tell me a fetish and I can tell you one. If you are up for that is, I don't know what a fetish is, LOL. Ooh, I get to teach you about fetishes. This will be fun. One example that you already told me is that you like older guys. That's technically a fetish. It's a type of chronophilia, which means you experience sexual attraction to... Oh, I'm a little bit out of order. Sexual attraction to what's chronophilia?
A sexual attraction to a certain age range of people.
Oh, okay.
Like based on age.
Yes. So you also wanted to introduce squirting to a 16-year-old.
Oh.
Or I'm sorry, 13.
Yes.
What was going to turn you on about a 13-year-old squirting to you?
The same thing that anything involving it would. Like, I don't understand the question.
Then you also literally say right here, fuck health class. I'm going to give you an actual sexual education. Cool? Why should you be giving a 13-year-old and a 6-year-old actual sexual education?
You think the sexual education classes in this country are adequate for anyone?
I'm not the one that should be speaking about that. You should be. So, I'm going to give you an actual sexual education. Cool? So, but it doesn't matter. Like, why would a 13-year-old need to be knowing about sexual education? Don't you think they should still have their innocence in childhood?
I guess. You know.
You sent a picture of this hentai pussy diagram right here. So basically your vulva is all the outside parts of your pussy, the vagina is all internal. The only part of your vagina that you can actually see, like in a mirror, is the very opening called the intruitus. Which is, oh. Then you write a 3-paragraph essay on pussy. You could have just taken a picture of yourself and said this is what a pussy is, and that would have been adequate enough, but that's weird. The human clitoris is actually the largest organ devoted purely to sexual pleasure with no other function that we have yet discovered. It actually looks like this. And you sent her a picture of a clitoris. It is pretty huge and wraps entirely around your vagina with those bulbs. A vaginal orgasm is literally an internal clitoral orgasm. I mean, you are literally just copying and pasting. Are you actually explaining all this, or did you copy and paste this from a fucking article?
I am explaining.
And then you showed a picture of alleged squirt on your arm right here. Why do you think it's appropriate to send a 13-year-old? Yeah. So what were you hoping to gain out of teaching her all this?
I was hoping that, I was hoping for this sexual encounter, I guess, but I don't know.
Let's see.
Patience now.
It's lots of people can't find the clit, which means they're idiots and they probably stuck at sex. Literally right there on the outside. Now, the G-spot, some people claim is a myth, but I have been successful in locating it with every woman I have been with. And I used to teach women how to find it online back when I was still a virgin because I was always interested in this sort of thing. By the way, that's what happens when you stimulate a girl's G-spot and she squirts up on your arm. LOL. It is typically found about 5 to 8 centimeters, 2 to 3 inches up the front of the anterior vaginal wall between the vaginal opening and the urethra lines. Do you have like a 3-pronged like hole puncher?
Do I have
Yeah.
one? Like in my pocket?
Yeah, I actually got to put this in a college textbook. Yeah, or actually, I'm sorry, in a 7th grade textbook, maybe. You should be the sex ed teacher at every single middle school. You'd be good at it. You'd be good. It slightly has a slight textural difference than the rest of your vagina, and it feels kind of rough or bumpy, or still following, or trying to find your golly, man. One of my fetishes is short girls. Why, LOL. Something about the feeling of a small, warm body pressing into mine makes me feel like I could burst. Also, y'all are lighter and easier to lift up and stuff. So by y'all, you mean underage girls, since they're shorter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's petite, over 18, over 17.
Yeah.
But what is it about a 13-year-old short girl and a 6-year-old short girl? Do you just like them really, really small?
The taboo-ness, I guess.
The taboo-ness of it. But why do you get a rush? Because most people would be disgusted about that. Like, I get a rush over, like, fetishes or the taboo-ness of shit. Like, I get a rush over some of that stuff. Not with this, but I have stuff that makes me get a rush, like, oh, that's hot, like, something, you know? But most people would consider this, a 13 and a 6-year-old, really gross.
Yeah.
So how come you get a rush? Why do you think you get a rush while everybody else gets a,
Why do you think people like Guru or like snuff films, they get a rush? I don't. I think it's fucking disgusting.
But describe the appeal of this. Like, I could tell you, say something, say sex on the beach. I've never had sex on the beach, but I think it'd be nice. I'd get a rush about the intimacy of it, just the openness of it, maybe. But, so describe your rush, what you feel when you have this 13 and 6-year-old with you, just like I did with sex on the beach. Rush.
Like, I don't.
Okay. So, do you have any romantic or sexual fantasies you think about? Oh, dude, she's 13. You awake? You sent a porno. It looks like you sent a porno over here, or just a YouTube video? I don't think it's a porno. What this is? What'd you send right here? Here,
That's me.
Oh, you're a YouTuber,
right? I was doing a review of Godzilla because we were talking about Godzilla versus King Kong.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe this can turn into a review of a monster that destroys people. Okay, guys, what's up? I'm here with Sean Ellison. We're going to review the monster of Austin, Texas. You were gonna. Why are you reviewing monsters when you are one yourself? You don't feel hypocritical reviewing Godzilla? Yeah, we would honestly, an anime convention would be a perfect place. Neutral ground, lots of people of all ages. Ability to wear a mask. God, so did you want to take this girl to an anime convention?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you said it right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what were you planning on doing on this anime convention?
Meeting her.
Meeting her. Would you have been turned on to see her in the costume?
Probably, yeah.
A 13-year-old girl in a costume. So, do you think there's a chance that you would have taken her into the bathroom and done stuff with her at the anime convention? Yes or no?
Yes, I guess.
Was that one of your fantasies, to take a little girl into the bathroom at an anime convention and do something with her? Yes or no?
I've never had that fantasy before, no.
Okay. Were you potentially wanting to have sex with her, like role-playing as anime cosplayers? Yes or no?
Yes.
What costume did you want her to wear?
I didn't have a specific one in mind.
I don't really like anime, TBH. That's cool. We could find something else. Anyway, it isn't going to happen anytime soon, so you have some time to think about it. So you also told your mom that Sophie was 24. Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you tell her about Sophie first, or did she ask you about Sophie?
I drew a picture of Sophie. Well, who I thought was Sophie.
Right. You did. You did. So, did anybody ask you about Sophie? Oh, she did. Your mom did, right?
She asked me what I was drawing. Said my friend Sophie.
At your 24. So, do your bandmates know about your underage attraction?
No.
Y'all are going to go from looking like Blink 182 to Blink 182 years in jail if I were to report this. Oh. Come on. You have to act like Joe Biden so much? Freaking come on, man. Come on, man. Well, there's any hints about the surprise you mentioned. Are you excited about it? It's mandatory. It's for your birthday. Also, birthday spanking, so get ready. What are you going to give her birthday spankings? What's a turn on about that? So what were you going to do when you were going to give her birthday spankings? You were going to take her into the bedroom, and what was the first thing you were planning on doing when y'all walked through this door right here with a 6-year-old, assuming?
I wasn't planning on doing anything with the 6-year-old, but I thought a 13-year-old was going to.
Well, assuming the 6-year-old was here that you said you wanted to do stuff with, or I'm sorry, demonstrate for her. What were you planning on doing? Say the 13-year-old, 6-year-old were here. What were you planning on doing?
I wasn't making any plans for that.
So to demonstrate?
That was just like an example, you know.
If a 6-year-old was here, what were you planning on demonstrating? Yes or no?
That's what I said. Yes.
Okay. So if there was one physically here, you were going to demonstrate, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what were all the things you were going to do with a 13-year-old, have a 6-year-old been here to demonstrate for the 6-year-old?
Whatever the 6-year-old asked about.
Okay. So what was the first thing, so today there's no 6-year-old now. What was the first thing you were going to do with the 13-year-old?
Kiss her. Well, hug her.
Okay. Then kiss her?
Yes.
Then do what? What would it take to walk me through it?
I forget what started the finding.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Another mushroom, another picture.
Victory!
How do you think the 13-year-old would feel if, because every 13-year-old has heard the term pedophile. I don't know if they comprehend it. I don't remember if I did or not 13, but they hear that you're a pedophile. They hear that you have to keep the secret. They're with a stranger in a hotel room, 5 hours away from home, because we just said we live in Dallas, 5 hours away from home, and you're about to ruin her life, take her virginity, and you're going to tell her to keep this a secret. Do you know how damaging that's going to be to her?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. Like, your life is fucking pathetic. This is a horrible existence you're living.
I know.
It sucks, man. Look, it's looking so good I could sop you up like a biscuit.
Yeah.
I guess biscuits are vegan. You've been on my mind a lot lately. I like to daydream about what will happen when we meet. If you imagine kissing me, good, because that's on my mind too. You have such kissable lips. I also think of ridiculously inappropriate gifts to send you for your birthday. What were these gifts?
I was gonna send her like lingerie or something. I don't know.
So So you were gonna send her lingerie.
Well, no, but I was gonna talk to her about it if she asked.
You understand a 13-year-old can't consent? Like, what pissed me off the most about all of your messages, how you said, I totally respect you, I respect the 6-year-old, nothing without you. They can't give... Yeah. It's not, your denial's not gonna work. I know it was you.
How do you know it's me?
Because you sent actual pictures of yourself.
Okay, it was me.
Okay. So, do you want to have a talk about it, or do
What
you
are we
want?
going to talk about?
I just want to know why you're texting an 8-year-old girl.
I didn't know it was an 8-year-old girl. I didn't know it was. People fake things all the time on Instagram.
Oh, and by the way, we're filming for our protection and yours. Oh, and by the way, if it wasn't an 8-year-old girl, then why were you in instant denial? Then surely you wouldn't. Then surely you'd have nothing to hide and deny if you knew it wasn't an 8-year-old girl.
I didn't know it was an 8-year-old girl.
Okay, James, what does she say right here?
That could be a lie.
That she's 8?
Yes.
The profile said 8.
That could be a lie too.
Her pictures are of an 8-year-old.
That don't mean it's her. That could be anybody using pictures on there. You know that as well as I
James,
do.
you were asking her for nudes over and over.
No, I wasn't.
You want me to just read the chats for you?
You can, but that's not.
You already said it was you.
You said it was you. So, James, we just want to have a talk with you.
About what?
About you texting an 8-year-old girl.
I don't even have the phone anymore.
You already asked right here. If I ask you, would you let me see you naked?
Yeah, and she said if I would meet her.
Correct. So why were you asking an 8-year-old girl? Why are you asking to see an 8-year-old girl naked?
Just to see what she would send. I wanted to turn it into Instagram.
To turn it into Instagram?
Yes, because Instagram, you have to be 13 to have an account. It tells you right on there.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
You were still soliciting child porn of an 8-year-old.
No, I wasn't. I was going to turn it in.
Okay, so if you were going to turn it in, then why not just report that the account was 8 years old? Why'd you have to ask for me to turn it in?
I tried to. It wouldn't let me.
You were triple texting her over and over. You wanted her attention. You weren't trying to report anything.
Yes, I was.
Really?
Because I keep getting these accounts from 13 and 14-year-old girls. I turn them in or delete them.
Why did you keep conversation? Why did you keep begging her to message you? And why did you get mad if she wasn't messaging you?
Because
why did you get mad about that if you were just going to turn it in? You don't need her to message you to turn it in.
Because I wanted to turn it in.
Charles?
Who's Charles? It's somebody trying to.
We're not.
It's not.
Ma'am.
No one got into my phone. There was someone trying to talk to me that said she was an 8-year-old girl. I was turning it into Instagram. When I got what I wanted, I was going to turn it into Instagram.
You are very pretty. You said this to an 8-year-old girl. Why did you call an 8-year-old pretty?
I was turning it in.
What does calling someone attractive and asking for nudes have to do with turning something in?
Because I was going to show Instagram what she was trying to do to other people.
Showing Instagram?
If I'm the only one, how come she's got all these followers on here?
All these followers?
Yes, all these people following her. If I'm the only one.
Because there's a fuck ton of sick people like you. That's why.
I wasn't doing anything with them. I was turning, like I told you, I was going to turn them in.
Jimmy, how did he get into your phone?
No one got into my phone, Mom. It was someone trying to follow me that was trying to pose as an 8-year-old girl.
Hey.
I was turning it into Instagram when I got the information I needed.
Hey, sir, do you mind if we just go inside and have a talk? We don't want to hurt
you. It's not Charles. It's some other guy. I don't know who it is.
Ma'am, I'd like to have a talk with you. So, you are very pretty. Yes, my age is okay. Cool. Can I ask you something? She said, okay.
It's off the Instagram account that I had. She's trying to get me in trouble.
No. An 8-year-old girl is not the bad guy here.
Then it's all right, Charles. Yeah. What is it?
Oh, if you want to know what's going on, we'll be happy to tell you.
But
I'm sure he doesn't want to tell you all.
My only thing is, how did you get a hold of it?
How did you get a hold of it?
How did you get a hold of it?
So, luckily, there wasn't an 8-year-old girl. It was us posing as 8-year-old girl because we want to catch sick people like you.
See, that's the thing.
No. You messaged first, correct? Yes or no?
Huh?
Did you message first, yes or no?
No.
You want to try that again before I expose you for lying? You messaged first, right? Yes or no?
When I saw the picture, I was trying to get, when she said she was 8 years old, I was trying to get the information I needed to turn it into Instagram. Because you have to be 13 to have an account.
Hello, beautiful.
Who is these people?
I don't know who they are.
Wait, she looks like Jamie's mom too. Hey, ma'am.
Who are you?
My name's Gordon Flowers. We're with an organization that catches pedophiles, and James was caught messaging who he believes is an 8-year-old girl, asking her for
Who is
nudes.
this taking pictures of us of our
Oh, we're filming for our protection and yours. We just don't want anybody to beat each other up or anything like that.
No one. I wasn't going to beat anybody up. I just want to know.
No, look at you, but I'm saying it's just
Look
for
at
protection
you.
purposes.
You show up at my house and wanted to. I was trying to turn that into Instagram because you got to be 13 to be on Instagram. It tells you that right on there.
Oh my God! Look. So did you message first? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why were you lying?
Who else is out there?
There's 2 other people recording this.
It's just for safety reasons, ma'am. We're not here to hurt anybody, and we don't want to get the cops involved. But he's being very dishonest about his whole intentions with this.
I wasn't trying anything with her.
Who's the other? 30 seconds.
It's him.
They're just filming for protection purposes. But that's Jose, and that's also Jose right there.
Who's the other?
Jose.
I'm not even on Instagram anymore. My phone's broken.
It doesn't matter. You sending a dick picture to an 8-year-old girl is enough. And if you were trying to report her, why did you send a dick picture? What does that matter?
Any questions?
To have her send back what she said she was going to send back.
What did she say?
Wait, so why were you trying so hard to extort pictures out of her?
To get information I needed to turn it into Instagram.
I think if you show people you have child porn, you're going to be arrested.
I don't have any child porn on my phone.
You were trying to get some from her.
No, I wasn't. I was going to turn it over to.
Is a nude picture child porn of an 8-year-old girl? Yes or no?
No.
It's not child porn? What is porn?
I haven't.
What is porn?
But I want to know why you're here.
No. Stop deflecting. What's porn?
Why are you on our property?
Oh, well, we can just call police on him for messaging an 8-year-old girl. I mean, we can do that too. We just want to have
I wasn't messaging an 8-year-old girl. I was messaging. Apparently, I was messaging you.
As long as you believe it's the girl you're messaging and trying to extort child porn, it's illegal.
Lower your voice. You don't have to tell the whole neighborhood.
Okay, all right. Hey, if it's okay with y'all, we'd like to come in and just have a talk. We're freezing out here, but if not, that's okay too. Like,
what do you want to talk about?
All your messages to underage.
There isn't. That's the only one.
Oh, really? So you show me your phone then, right?
My phone doesn't work. I'm waiting for a new one to come.
Oh, of course. What's your job?
I'm unemployed because of my disability.
Or is it because you're a piece of shit to everybody around you?
I'm not. I'm not.
This is my mother, and I treat her very well. She just went through a major medical crisis, and I'm taking care of her.
If you treat her well, then how come if the cops showed up, they would have arrested you for this? Don't you think about her when you're doing your selfish acts of messaging underage kids and being a pedophile?
I'm not a pedophile. I've never touched a child.
What is a pedophile? What's a pedophile?
Someone that has sex with children.
No, it's an attraction to children. You are attracted to an 8-year-old girl.
No, I'm not. What I'm telling you is I was trying to get her off my thing. I was trying to get the information to give it to Instagram to get that account closed down.
You could block her.
Do you know who John Wayne Gacy is?
Yes, I know who John Wayne Gacy is.
Yeah, you kind of look like him. You may not be a serial killer, but you're definitely a clown for lying to me this whole fucking time about everything.
Hey, watch your language.
Oh, how about you watch? You know what? Fine. Okay, I'll watch my language.
My question is, okay, if it's not her,
That's
if it's
right.
not her,
He didn't call me that. I should have called him that.
if she's not a real account, then where did the pictures come from?
Go ahead.
I'm not touching your property. I'm just.
Yeah.
Where did the pictures come from?
So, the pictures of her? Well, I'll answer that question for you. So, the way we catch sick fucks like you that prey on children, well, we have an 18-year-old girl that helps us with this because she's passionate about catching sick fucks like you, and we use an app called Face App to make her look super young. This looks like an 8-year-old, correct? Yes or no?
Not really. She's a little older than that.
Does she look underage? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So we pose as an underage kid to catch sick fucks like you because there are a lot of underage kids on it.
Hey, did my mother ask you not to use that type of language?
I don't talk to you.
I've never talked to you like that.
Why you gotta talk to me like this?
What?
I'm just finishing this. But we pose as an underage kid to catch sick people like you.
Is there someone in
charge?
Only let him stand in here. He's down the whole neighborhood.
Okay. Do you mind if we? So you're gonna let us come in?
You can stand right there.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You're cold.
So we pose.
Shut that door. You don't need to record this.
It's for safety.
It's our property.
Safety reasons. We can call the police on me. This is a felony right here. Extorting child porn is also a felony. I mean, he's committed a lot of crimes. Okay.
Then why are you here?
Oh, you should be thanking me for being here.
I am. I'm just wondering how you got...
Because I'm passionate about catching people like you. Anyway. No answer. If you love me, let me see a naked picture of you. If the answer is no, I will block you and be gone forever.
Get your hands off
It was what it was.
My property.
When I
Gotta be
got
careful.
this, it was going to Instagram.
So then why did you double text and say no answer back? That was my answer, goodbye. But you never said goodbye to her. All you said was, I'm leaving, but you always double texted. You were so clingy to this 8-year-old girl.
Because I was trying to get the information I needed to turn it into Instagram.
Why did you not one time tell her get off the app?
Because I was trying to get the information to get it shut down.
Really? You can't just report the page to Instagram immediately?
I tried to report it and it wanted more information than I had.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, it didn't. What did it say?
It wanted the birth date, people's names, or their parents' names.
Oh, I
You
guarantee
didn't
it
ask
didn't
for
ask
none
for
of
her.
that.
If it asked for the birthday, then you could just ask her for, or it said 8 years old. It said her name on there. You could have
Okay.
just reported that. You're lying, James. You're lying.
Okay, it's my mistake. I should have deleted it.
Right. So, yes or no, you did ask for nudes.
Yes, I did, because I was going to turn it into Instagram.
Oh my God.
I wasn't going to have it for my own personal pleasure.
Well, you know, we just have these messages we want to show. I am only going to be online for a few more minutes. And that few more minutes turned into months and days and months. And
I haven't been on my phone since last Sunday, so it couldn't have been that long.
this is from months ago. Goodbye. You have given me no choice to block you. Take care.
Do you have anything from last Sunday?
From last Sunday.
Yeah, that was the last time I was on I had my phone. My phone's dead.
Nope, nothing since then. Goodbye. You have given me no choice to block you. Take care. And you didn't. Why did you block her?
I did.
Then you said no, you didn't. You never did. Then you said bye, like a whole day later. I'm leaving now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna do it now. That's basically your whole chat. Okay, I'm really gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. That's like when Hitler invaded all of Europe and all other countries were like, okay, I'm gonna do something now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Watch out,
I'm
bro.
gonna do it. You're spineless. And I don't mean you're physical. I don't mean physically. You are spineless also too physically, but I mean you are spineless. You never blocked her.
Don't talk to him like that. We just start. Oh.
Did you break that door?
Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. Mm-hmm.
No, him swinging that door out there. That door not even stay there.
How are you? Why do you want to know? There is nothing you can say or do to make me happy again. Do you have depression?
No.
So then why are we trying to be manipulative to her?
Like I told you, I was trying to get the information I needed to turn it over to Instagram to have it blocked.
So Instagram asks for nude photos to turn over. They want child porn to block them?
I wanted the closed. I didn't want it blocked. I wanted the account taken down.
Why didn't you ever make that clear? You never mentioned it. And let me ask you again, what's porn?
Nude pictures.
What's a child?
Someone under 18.
So is asking for nude pictures from somebody under 18 child porn? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't have any on my phone.
So you were asking. So you were asking for child porn, correct? Yes or no? Just asking for it for what? No matter what reason, you were asking for child porn. Yes or no?
Yes, to get the information I needed to have it shut down.
Oh, okay. That's like robbing a bank and then reporting a robbery.
Where is this going, please?
Oh, 10 minutes more.
Oh, well, honestly, this could just go to the police.
I know that, but why do you want me to say?
I'm just asking what the fuck's wrong with you.
There's nothing wrong with me.
Oh, by the way, if the police were here, do you think they'd arrest you over these messages? Yes
I'm
or
sure
no?
they would.
But you're just being a good guy.
You're just trying to report it.
You're just being a good guy. How could the police even think about arresting you? I know if I was a cop, I wouldn't be able to arrest you. I couldn't get handcuffs to fit around your fat ass wrist, so I wouldn't arrest you. So how come you think the police would?
Somebody like that.
That's right. He didn't call me that. I shouldn't call him that. You're right. So James.
I mean, if you're a professional, why do you come in talking like that?
Ooh, so professional, baby. Well, I'm just asking him, and obviously the objective isn't to say the A word or the F word or the A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P word. The objective is obviously to question this guy. Anyway, I told you nothing you can say will make me happy. Please leave me alone. Then you triple texted. I need someone in my life who will share those kinds of pictures with me. When I ask not, tell me. When I ask not, tell me no. So why do you need someone in your life that'll share child porn with you? Because that's what you asked for. You admitted it.
To this picture, I didn't say here. I said kind of picture.
What do you mean? What kinds of pictures are those? Because for that earlier, you did ask for nudes. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what do those kinds of pictures mean?
Like I told you, to get the information I wanted to turn over to Instagram to have the account blocked.
You don't
to take it off the air.
You don't commit a crime and then go report that same crime. If you burn down this house, then reported an arson, is that practical?
They'd be able to tell it was an arson if I burnt the house down. Fire company's not that stupid. They'd be able to figure it out.
Though, so how could you get in trouble? But you're the one that reported it.
You'd get in trouble for making a false statement.
And that's exactly what this is. You're trying to report child porn, but you were begging to see. You were begging to see it. You were the most clingy person I've ever talked to.
Oh, so you've done this to other people?
No. Other people have shown their sick desires and preyed on kids before, and luckily there wasn't a kid this time. Luckily you got stopped. That's what happened.
I didn't get stopped because it wasn't going anywhere. She was the one that this whole thing. If you read back, they said if you meet me, I will send you what you want.
Because that's us trying to confront
I know.
you. And look where we are. And you also sent a dick picture. How is that beneficial for reporting an account? You know, you could be reported for sending a dick picture. If that's what it was, I couldn't really tell. Was it a rotting mushroom or was it a dick? My eyesight's not the best.
You're just being belligerent to me.
Do you not deserve it? Because you admitted to talking to who you thought was an alien.
I admit what you're saying, but I don't need.
You admitted to asking for child porn. So how do you not deserve to be belligerent? How?
I don't need my body being downgraded. I've never done anything to you.
I am literally asking if you sent me a picture of a rotting mushroom or your penis. That's literally all I'm asking. And if it was a rotting mushroom, then how are you offended? Because that means you didn't commit a crime. I'm trying to help you here.
Why? How are you trying to help me? You're sitting here just. I'm trying to figure out what else you want me to say.
Look, I couldn't tell if it was your dick or not. It was too small to see. I don't know what it was. I really don't.
What was it?
I don't know what it was. I'm trying to help you.
I see you guys are having so much fun.
Laughing and
making fun of me.
You're not the. Just so you know, we're still not done talking to you. You are not the victim here. No matter what we say to you, you are not the victim. Do you understand that?
I never said I was the victim.
Okay, so stop acting like it. Actions speak louder than words. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay. I never said. And then she asked, "Do you not like me now?" You are manipulating her to try to send her a pic. I never said, "I am just very sad." Oh, why? I always get turned down when I ask for something on here. It happens over and over again. So you always get turned down. What's the something you ask for that always gets turned down? The pictures?
Other girls that I talk to, the old.
Yeah, but pictures, all right. Like older girls. Like what kind of pictures do you ask for?
Like, if they're 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, like what kind of pictures?
I asked them if I could see them naked.
Okay. And then right here you said, like I said, I always get turned down, always, as in this same thing happens when I ask for something on here.
It's happened a couple times.
So that something with 18 and 19-year-olds is nudes, yes or no?
Yes.
You asked for that same thing from the 8-year-old. You said the same thing here. You were asking for nudes, and you're sad that you got turned down from a nude from an 8-year-old.
Not from other people, too. Not just, it wasn't...
Right, not just 8-year-old, but when the 8-year-old, 18-year-old...
I told you what I wanted that for was to turn it to Instagram to have the account taken down.
Is that your story?
Because you have to be 13 to be on Instagram.
How come you never said that one time? You never said that one time.
What are you doing with this information that you have?
Well, if he's honest with us and just lets us talk, then...
I am being honest and telling
you. But, you know, we could always just turn this into police and...
I don't know what more you want me
If
to.
he's talking to you, what are you going to do with the information?
She's lying.
Your family's back there.
Well, that's just for protection reasons. Can I ask you something? Why do you follow me? Because you were on my recommender, okay?
What are you going to do with the information?
Well, we haven't come to that determination. All we're doing with information right now is talking to him. Okay.
How long is this going to take?
He's not in a position. I mean, this has nothing to do with you, but he's not in a position to like question that or to like be any type of mad because even if he believes, since he believes she's asking for child porn felony, talking to an 8-year-old girl sexually, wanting stuff out of her, felony. This guy could go to jail for the rest of his life. In other words, like 10 years. You have a nice night. I have to think I may unfollow you and have you removed from my list, okay? Yeah, I am sick and tired of being the one who always gets turned down for what I ask for.
Oh.
So what did you ask for in this whole conversation so far? Just nudes, right?
Just that was the only. She's the one that wanted to meet me.
That doesn't matter.
She wanted to keep meeting me and keep saying, I love you, I want to get together, when can we meet?
I was the 18-year-old.
That was the 8-year-old.
No, what?
That's called setup.
I'm not. That's not answering the question. I'm asking you. So far, the only thing you've asked for is nudes. So far, yes or no?
That's the only one time.
Okay. I am sick and tired of being the one who always gets turned down for what I ask for. The only thing you are sick and tired of not
Also,
seeing.
now you're going to take this information, no matter what he tells you, you're going to the police, right?
That's not a guarantee. But right now, we're just focusing on this, and
If it's not a guarantee, what are you going to do with it?
that's not up for you to. That's not for me to tell you right now. We'll get to that after.
After what?
After we're done questioning him.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in very poor health. I don't know.
I understand. I'm taking.
No, you have no idea how.
No. No, I
Just look.
I understand.
Just look.
I get it, and I understand your rent's like $302 a month too.
We
I
don't even
understand.
pay rent. We own the property. Where'd you get that lie?
$302 a month.
No.
It's like expensive, and I know y'all have like a bitch landlord and everything.
We own the house.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was wrong about that.
Oh, now how much other stuff were you wrong with?
Nothing.
Well, where did you get my rent from?
Don't worry about it.
Yes, I do. I own the property.
No, I know. I understand. Okay.
No, you didn't, or you wouldn't have made that comment.
Where's Jamie's mom when you need her? Okay. I am sick and tired of being the one who always gets turned down for what I ask for. The only thing you have asked for so far is nudes. So you're sick and tired of being, at least in this case.
Not just, like I keep telling you.
Okay, relax.
How can I relax you?
I'm
telling you.
Let me finish the question.
Hey, Alex, you're blocking his face a little bit.
Let me finish the question. Well, I'm doing the viewers a favor then.
I know.
I'm just asking. So far the only thing you've asked for is nudes. So at least in this case, you're sick and tired of being turned down from nudes, yes or no? In this case.
In this case, yes. Because like I told you, I was going to turn it in to Instagram.
Okay, so you wanted to do such a good deed that you were begging for nudes, yes or no?
Yes, to turn it in.
Oh, okay, turn it in. You're such a good man.
I mean,
you actually want to help us do this? Like, we actually go around the country saving the kids. Like, do you want to help us? I think you could really be a good addition to our team. You can be our snitch that reports every account. You'd be good. You'd be good.
No, I'm not, because
you don't want to be our snitch.
What's he laughing for?
Well, because I'm literally giving you an awesome job opportunity. We pay decently well. This is a really I think this is a good opportunity for you to help your mom. You can go around the country saving kids like you want to.
Yeah, and then how much trouble are you going to get him in to do it? Don't make no sip. Don't touch him.
0.
Hell no.
I'm going to make this clear. If you will not send me the pictures I asked for, you will never hear me again. And then the next day you say hello.
Minions have spawned.
So, again, why did you keep messaging her after you said you'll never hear from me again? You don't have an answer for that one, do you?
And what this?
Because you know why you don't have an answer, Jamie? Or, Jamie? It's hard to keep up a lie. It's hard to lie to my face for an hour. You know it's hard to lie to my face. No matter what you say, you know you're lying.
I'm not
I know
lying.
you're lying.
Can I ask you?
You're guarding yourself like this.
I'm cold is what it is. Can I ask you one thing?
Sure.
What's this question for?
Did you used to be military?
Yeah.
You did?
No, I was never in the military.
Let's see. Maybe Teen Titans with the leg?
No, this only happened 2 years ago.
Oh, okay, okay.
So why is the wrong information on this?
We were asking you used to be in the military. It's a yes
And
or no
then my
question.
friend that I don't even know.
Oh, don't worry about that, man.
Oh,
It's
yes, I do.
an inside
I own the
joke.
property.
Yeah, no, I know you own it. I know you own
You
it.
didn't even know it when you walked in here.
It's okay.
And why did you ask me if I wanted a job?
Oh, because you care so much about getting the kids. It's amazing the dedication to asking for news from kids to save them. I really like it. It's good. I appreciate that, but we still got a question here. Like, that's really, you're honestly a superhero.
He is a big fan.
Let's see.
Okay, how many more questions?
I don't know. Please read my messages. So why are
Have
you?
you finished that? How many pages have you finished?
I'm not sure, but we're almost done. Anyway, please read my messages. Why were you begging for her attention?
Like I told you, keep laughing at me, but that's the reason why. I wanted to turn it in. Because I'm tired of getting these 13, 14-year-old girls sending me messages wanting to talk. I block them and send them in.
I mean, about
Instagram.
this.
But she wasn't sending you messages. Look at this quadruple text right here. She wasn't sending you any messages. You were trying to manipulate her.
No, I wasn't.
So you just said you're tired of people sending messages to you, but nobody's sending messages to you. Nobody's talking to you. So how are you so tired of something that doesn't exist?
In this case, there's been other cases where I've blocked accounts, taken accounts out of underage girls.
So how come in this case, which you're bullshitting me, but how come in this case, suddenly, yes or no, did she message you here at all? No, right? Yes or no? Okay. So how come you're so annoyed with people messaging you when she's not messaging you?
This is the one case.
Okay, you don't want to talk. Goodbye. I am not here to play games. What kind of games are you talking about?
Was he need an attorney or something?
No.
Why when you can come interrogate, but he wouldn't need anybody?
Well, like I said, I'm not part of police. I said I can turn everything into police. I'm not with police. Well, he should be thanking me that I'm here. You should be thanking me that I'm here. But anyway, what kind of games are you talking about? Like, are you talking about psychological
What are you going to
games?
do with your information if you're not going to do anything?
I'm going to make a bunch of paper airplanes out of it and fly around this house
Oh,
and
now
do
aren't you being
surveillance.
a smart ass?
What? Look,
All we're trying to do is ask what the information is going to be used for, and
why? Are you scared, James?
No, I'm not scared, but she wants to know.
Okay, we'll put it this way. I'll just say this, and I'm not a guarantee it's going to happen. I'm turning everything into police and calling them over here, telling them this guy's trying to talk to an 8-year-old and send dick pictures to her, and then he's trying to get child porn. That's exactly what's going to happen with the information. Unless he wants to talk.
I am talking. I've been
You're
knowing
lying
for about
with
4
that.
years.
You got to tell your mom. You got to tell the mom.
Tell mom what?
Can you please let me just finish talking to him?
Okay.
And look, if he wasn't talking to, we thought it was an 8-year-old girl, if he wasn't sending dick pictures, if he wasn't wanting child porn, we would not be here.
Yes, you would.
What?
I don't know why you're even here. I don't even know who you are.
Okay, please read my messages. Okay.
Who are you?
Gordon Flowers. Okay, you don't want to talk. Goodbye. I am not here to play games. Are you like, what games?
Where she talked to me one day and then not say anything. And she's the one that said she loved me, wanted to meet up. And
You're trying to run away from this.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to be honest with you.
You're running away from the fact that you sent a dick pic and were asking for child porn and trying to justify it. I'm gonna call you Blade Runner. Don't run. Hi, I love you. Did you used to be in the military? No military? Did you read my post? Yeah. I'm sitting here crying, feeling stupid. Feeling stupid about what?
I was having a bad day.
Oh.
You do not realize what my mother has been going through the last 2 months with her health. That's why I was crying and feeling stupid.
Me too. Why do you feel stupid? I always send what you ask for. First of all, we never asked to see your cock. Second of all, always send dick pics, right? Always as in multiple times. So you sent like a whole fungus of rotted mushrooms. It's okay. Have a nice night. I will leave you alone. Take care. And then 10 minutes later, you say, one last thing. I am not eating or sleeping. I've stopped taking my medication. I don't care if I live or die. I am sick and tired of being made to feel stupid and like I am a piece of trash. I'm sorry. Then you say, Kay, I have one thing to say. You don't have to worry. I will never ask you for anything ever again. I see I am only getting ignored by you. So, if you were reporting this account, how come the account's still up with her?
Because I haven't had a chance. My phone died Sunday.
Oh, so the other 3 months you were talking to her, you just didn't have a chance to
3
report?
months.
Let's see the first date. Oh, I'm sorry. January 12th. So it's been like a month and a half then. Okay. You don't have to worry. I will never ask you for anything ever again. I see I'm only getting ignored by you. So why were you so mad that she was ignoring you? Like, if she's ignoring you, isn't that a good thing? Because you said you were tired of these underage accounts messaging you. So
like I said, I was trying to get the information I was wanting to send to Instagram to have the account taken down.
Okay, so this is the consistency. So, 1, you're annoyed when underage people message you. 2, you're annoyed when underage people don't message you. You know what the one consistency is between both of those? You're talking to a lot of underage people.
No, I'm not. She was the only one.
But you just mentioned a bunch of 13 and 14-year-olds.
They send me DMs on there, and I delete them and not even open them.
God, it's like your double chin gets bigger every time you tell a lie, man. You're dishonest as fuck.
Watch it.
Okay, you're dishonest as flower doodle frickin' crap.
Have I once said anything about your appearance? You've just run me through the cheese grater since you got here.
Dude, if you want to make fun of my appearance, then go break a leg. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to. Sorry about that. If you want to make fun of my appearance, then knock yourself out. Oh, crap. I mean, if you want to make fun, you know what I'm trying to say. And guess what? Remember I told you you're not the victim here? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You're not the victim. Don't cry about me making fun of your appearance. This is the least bad thing that should happen to you after asking for child porn for any reason, after sending a dick pic to an 8-year-old for any reason, for talking to an underage kid for any reason, for trying to manipulate her, cry, say this is the worst day of my life for any reason. God forbid your appearance gets made fun of.
What are you going to do with your mentioning on the camera?
Well, it's a surprise. It's a surprise. Do you actually have a prosthetic leg? Sorry. Can I see it? Okay.
No, okay.
Well, doesn't excuse talking to 8-year-olds. What's your name, ma'am?
Why? You didn't know my name when you come? You knew everything else about it.
Well, I was wrong about 2 things. Your name and the 302 rent. I got you mixed up for this other mom that.
Oh, no, isn't this one?
Are you crying?
No.
You sad? Oh, you don't have any remorse. You're a sociopath. You cry and whine to get what you want. You're a perpetual victim that just victimizes other people. You inflict all of your pain and misery onto everybody else because you're a sick piece of shit. You understand that?
And
that's your opinion of me.
Well, I'm a piece of shit, but you know, I'm not sick or anything.
Well, see, that's how you think of yourself when you said that that's what you were.
At least I can admit it. He can't even admit that he's a piece of shit for texting.
Well, you want him to.
Huh?
You want him to.
What?
Like I told you, it was a mistake doing it.
Mistake doing what?
Talking to her.
But
well, Jimmy,
you know what? There was, and I'll say a personal example of mine. I was walking near my 302 rent apartments one time, and there was a little, I don't know how old he was. It was like, boy, he was 5 years old or something like that. I don't know how old he was, but he was lost from his mom, and I talked to him, and I called the police, and him and his mom got back together like 20 minutes later because she was looking for him. I don't feel guilty for talking to him and trying to help him because I had no ill intentions. The only reason why you're saying I made a mistake is because there's something else at play here, and you know that.
No, there's not.
Oh my god.
You know that.
Who's the other cat?
You're a horrible liar.
I would never touch a child.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
Maybe if your hand could reach past your stomach, you would, but you want to. You clearly expressed it. You clearly expressed it.
I never expressed to her that I wanted to have sex with her or do anything with her.
Extorting her for pictures is doing something with her. Pictures can victimize a child too. Child porn, trading that around, not saying you were going to do that, but asking for it.
I don't even have it on my phone.
Is this the 8-year-old or your 18-year-old trying to get somebody?
Pictures can damage a kid too. Talking to a stranger online can damage a kid, yes or no?
Yeah.
So why are you taking part in that damage?
Like I told you, I was trying to get the information I wanted to turn over to Instagram to have the account taken down.
So you were going to potentially, so you were basically, okay, you can ask me for nude photos from a child you don't know is abuse, yes or no? Do you think it can abuse the kid? So you were going to abuse the kid to help her, is that what you're saying? That's what you just said?
Yes, to have the account taken down.
So basically,
to have the account
so
looked
as
into.
long as her account's removed, you're okay with her being abused, yes or no? So that's what you just said. Yeah. You're stumped.
No, I'm not stumped. I keep telling you the same thing over and over again. You keep.
Because you're just so full of shit.
How do you know?
Huh?
And the first time.
How do I know? Because I have the messages right here. That's how I know. Because I have your. Because we've been dealing with your manipulation for months, or I guess a month and a half. That's how I know.
You started January 12th?
That's when he started. I never messaged him.
Well, you said how long have you been watching?
January 12th.
Then you just
3 months. 3 months was a mix-up. I meant. So.
You just watched.
Why don't you get Kim Kardashian or something, or you know, like a porn star or whatever?
I watch other things. I mean,
why don't you date one of those? Both of you are plastic, so I mean, like, come on. Why? I'm just asking. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. Well, I'll sit on turning this into the police because I know he takes care. How does he take care of you though? Like, he just
she has her own money. I have my own money.
As far as taking care of me, he takes my diabetic medicine every day. He goes in and washes these legs and put cream on them. I can't take care of myself.
Yeah, and it's sad.
And I don't want to go in a nursing home.
Because guess what? If we were the police, we'd find cuffs big enough for him, so we'd probably have to get like hula hoop with a chain or something, and we would be taking him away. And guess what? The police wouldn't give a fuck about your situation. You're lucky I do, because he's selfish as fuck to even put you in that predicament.
Why would you talk to
Ah, crap.
You got neighbors listening.
He's selfish as frick. Put himself in that predicament. He's selfish for doing that to you. He's selfish. You know, I'm an asshole, but if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have drove from Houston to get him.
You come all the way from Houston.
Absolutely. And he's not the first person we got in Maryland. We got a health official for the federal government. We got a random guy, a roofer in Baltimore, and now a drooler in Elkton. So from all walks or wheelchairs of life, we get everybody. Or crutches, I should say.
Camera's right now.
From all walks. So I just want you to know that I'm going to sit on turning this in or not because I understand, because she shouldn't have to suffer for your actions.
Oh, honey, I do this.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, dude.
I've had surgery. I've been in the hospital and sent.
Yeah, it stinks. I really feel for you, but
I don't know how I would live.
I know, it fucking stinks. It stinks. It sucks that he would even put you in this uncertain situation. It sucks that your son would do that to you. It sucks that his pedophilic tendencies did this. Do you have any kids?
No. Never been married.
Do you wonder why?
Because I haven't wanted to get married.
He has, and he's going with girls and stuff, but he's never got married.
Girls? How young?
They were my age.
So, wait. You're 53, right?
Yes.
5 plus 3, 8. Oh, that explains it.
You're fine.
All right. Well, goodbye. Welcome to YouTube fame, bitch.
Guys, we also have merch, including a Chet Goldstein hoodie, a Sayer t-shirt, Nya t-shirts on predatorpoachersofficial.com/merch. Link in Oh, and P.S. for those that call me a homophobe, I literally have 2 sugar daddies. So shout out to Patrick Grasso and Michael Fatuda for being my sugar daddies.
I'm Joel Rothstein from Arlington Public News. I'm here with Officer Burkhardt. We're going to ride in your car, in your police car, and get a feel for what's going on.
Welcome. Today we are outside the Arlington Police Department here with Officer Scarbo, who's going to be taking us on a ride along.
Well, for the next 2 hours, we'll ride along. We'll be assigned to a traffic control car, kind of a utility vehicle. You're not assigned to a certain neighborhood, so we'll get get you guys on film, get an idea what we do.
This is just like an extra cruiser for us. It has no cage in it, no weapons, nothing. It's just pretty much like a traffic car. We use it just to pull cars over.
Certain things check. One of the first is in our trunks here. There's no specialized weapons, but we have a general equipment utility bin here. All vehicles are equipped with something like this. We have a fire extinguisher, a rescue bin, if you want to gas mask, riot helmet, rescue trainer, road flares. Traffic scene.
Every cruiser has a first aid kit. We just want to make sure everything's in there. Sometimes when we go to medical, we're the first on the scene. Never call. Not the firefighters. Usually they are, but sometimes they're not. So it's always good to make sure we have what we need. We want to make sure we have all the proper paperwork we need. When we go on domestic and stuff like that. We have to have the papers. It's always want to do that. It's kind of tough if you don't. You have to call for another cruiser to come in with papers. This is fun to have them on. This is my cruiser bag. Every police officer has one. Mainly what's in it is I have a map of Arlington. I mean, we know the streets pretty well, but sometimes if there's a little side street you haven't heard of. A map is usually good. Some guys use GPSs. Kind of old school. I like it. Paper. Can't always count on technology. I have water, some snacks, my ticket book, phone charger, flashlight, anything that I would need extra that I don't want to carry. I just put in here.
One of the things we do is just check the outside. Make sure all the tires and everything are good to go.
Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
Check the lights here. You got the overhead light box. You got the front flashes, rear flashes, side flashes. You want to make sure those are working. Make sure when we get out onto the streets they're working. Up here you have your crash bar. You got your 2 strobes there, as well as the strobes and the headlights. You want to make sure all those are working. Here's your siren speaker. We'll test that before we get out there. Just make sure the siren's working for us.
So where my belt is, I have my handcuffs here. Handcuffs. Then we have our power stuff. I have extra magazines for my weapons. I have my radio. Then I have my baton. I just got these are new. Every cruiser has a different assault weapon in it. Most of them have rifles located in the middle. So this is the assault rifle that we have in most of the cruisers. It's locked in, and there's a special way that we can get it out that only we know, just for safety issues. So no one can just come into the cruiser if it's unlocked, or we're not in it or away from it. Not everyone can access that, because that would be dangerous. This is our rifle. When they're in the cruisers, they're not loaded. They're
Surprise.
Alright guys, this is catch one out of our basically Bible Belt little trip that we're taking. Everybody be sure to leave a like on the video right now. Be sure to subscribe if you're not, turn on notifications, but most importantly, leave a like. Also, big thanks to Alexandra for setting this catch up. Enjoy.
Mexican with paper, that's interesting. Yeah. USPS. Oh, perfect. A mailman. What? Yeah, 8326.
The black rose shall bloom once more. Lady Lucky's smiling.
Hey, how's it going? Is Mike here? Okay, cool.
If I should tell you or not.
Why?
Well, see, I'm an adult, and you're just a little girl. And some people would want to get me in trouble if I tried to do that to you.
Well, I won't tell anyone.
What?
I won't tell anyone.
You won't?
No, I won't. I promise.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe I can trust you.
Yeah, I pinky promise.
Okay. All right. Do you know the difference between boys and girls?
Boys look different. Boys have short hair.
Well, I mean, when boys and girls are naked, they look different.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a picture of a naked man?
No.
No, never.
No, I don't look at that. Like.
Oh, well, I know, 'cause you're too young.
Yeah.
So, maybe we should talk about something else and talk about that later when you get a little bit older.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
You start talking about it on Instagram, so that's why I was wondering what it was.
Okay, well, see, I wouldn't do anything on Instagram. I would do it somewhere else if I was going to tell you about it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
Why don't you want to show me your bikini picture?
I feel like I look ugly. And then I don't want anyone to post it anywhere.
Oh, I would never post any pictures of you anywhere. What you and I talk about and do is just between you and me. No one else.
I know, but I don't know you in real life, so it's hard, you know?
I understand. Well, maybe when you get to know me better, you can do it for me.
Yeah, maybe when we become closer friends if you want me.
I would like that very much.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe mommy can buy me a new one.
I could.
Oh no, mommy, not you, silly.
Oh, well. You think mommy will buy you one?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Well, if she doesn't, maybe I can.
Really?
I could.
Okay. How would I get it from you?
Well, I would have to have your address to send it to you.
Okay. Okay, yeah,
And,
maybe I could give you it.
can you give me your address on Instagram so that I can have a copy of it, and then and also I need to know what size you would wear.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to figure that all out, okay?
Okay. Yeah, and decide if you want it really, really small and really, really tight, or what kinds you really want.
Okay.
Maybe you can go online at Amazon.
Let's see it, Mike. Nice. Oh, what is that?
Oh, a bunch of pictures.
Oh, isn't it, huh?
Okay.
All right, so Mike, you know who Melanie is, right?
No.
Oh, little Melanie, the 8-year-old that you were talking to?
I don't talk to her anymore.
You don't talk to her anymore?
No.
Hey, so I have all your messages right here. So we can either have a talk out here, we can go inside and really not cause a scene, or we can call the police. So what do you want to do, Mike?
I don't want to call the police.
Okay, so you mind if we have a talk inside?
No, we can talk here.
Okay, sure. All right. So, Mike, so let's reiterate, how old was Melanie?
She said she was 8.
Correct. Okay. So, and how old are you? You're 72, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, what were before we even get into what you sent, what were the contents of the messages you had with Melanie?
I was just playing around with her.
Uh-huh. Well, what did you say, though?
It was nothing serious.
No, it wasn't?
No.
But you were going to come meet her, though.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, well, I'm going to start reading these messages, Mike.
You don't have to. I deleted her.
It doesn't matter. The talk and the picture, soliciting photos.
Well, what do you want to do about it?
Well, we just want to have a conversation with you.
About what?
About what the hell you're thinking. We will not get cops involved if you participate with us.
I was not thinking.
No, you weren't at all.
No.
And it's not because of your dementia. It's because of you're dysfunctional on your other head.
No, I was not thinking. Well.
So thank you for following me. I am 69. Is that okay?
Yeah. Well.
Good. So she says right here, you knew she was 8 because her profile said she's 8, right? Good. 8 is great. 8 is great. Why is 8 great, Mike? Why is that okay? Why is that good?
Well, 8 is good because girls are fine.
Girls?
I mean girls.
Go explain. Yeah. Why is 8 good?
Well, she was okay.
Yeah. Like what was okay about her?
What was okay? Well, she seemed to be pretty cool.
Bad, though, huh?
She seemed to be pretty cool.
Pretty cool? What was cool about her?
I don't know.
Okay, Mike.
Well, listen. To be honest with you,
yeah,
I suspected, and you'll see in there, that she was police trying to set me up.
Mike, did you also want to bring her a present if she took a picture?
No.
Well, okay, do you want me to just read the messages?
Well, no, I know what I said. I did not.
You wanted to bring her a present,
I did
Mike.
not bring her a present.
You do kind of look like Santa after the North Pole like melted.
Well.
Yeah, all down in the dumps.
Well, yeah.
But how come you're the one on the naughty list doing the naughty things? Isn't Santa supposed to judge that, not be the naughty one?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah?
I apologize.
You know, if I just gave these to police, what would happen to you?
I'd be in real big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Okay. Yes, I'm an adult. Save it for yourself.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, I just want you to answer my questions, Mike, and we can get the fuck out of here. But
look at the shirt he has on.
Oh, a Christian shirt? Can you believe that?
No, he has the college shirt.
Yeah,
what do you
college.
do with all the videos?
Oh, well, it's just for documentation purposes. And if you participate with us, we don't post them anywhere. It's just, what the hell, Mike? So why did you ask if an 8-year-old has a boyfriend? Is that just joking around?
I'm just joking around. I was not being serious at all.
Do you have any kids?
My kids are all grown.
Did you molest them when they were little?
Hell no.
But you were going to do it to an 8-year-old,
No,
though.
I wasn't. No, it was never going to happen.
Mike, why do I have 50 pages of messages?
It was never going to happen.
Oh,
Listen,
really?
Look, if you'll remember, I deleted her once because somebody else sent me a picture of her.
Okay.
And I think it was probably y'all.
Okay.
I think the whole time, I don't think there is a Melanie.
Okay.
I think it was y'all.
Okay.
So.
Keep going.
Okay. And I suspected it was the police. So, did I go meet her today?
Because you were scared of getting caught. You didn't think this was wrong. You were just scared of getting caught.
No, I realized it was wrong. And I was never going to meet her. That was never my purpose for meeting her. See, I didn't meet her.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I didn't
Still soliciting photos and wanting to bring her a bikini. The intention was there, Mike.
But I didn't think she was
I was
real.
interested in knowing more about you.
But I didn't think she was
So
real.
why are you interested in knowing?
I was just having fun.
Stop. Why would you say I want to know you more to somebody fake?
Because I wanted to see if she was real or if she was fake.
That doesn't make sense. You were asking for verification photos to show that she was real. So why were you asking for verification photos? And why'd you ask to talk on the phone, Mike?
Well, I guess I talked on the phone to one of y'all.
Nope, it was the girl. Nope.
Oh, she's real?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Well, what is she doing? Is she in on this too?
I'm not going to answer that. So why were you talking sexually to an 8-year-old on the phone? Wanted to bring her a bikini and stuff?
I wasn't thinking. That's all I can say.
What would make an 8-year-old look good in a bikini?
I don't know.
I mean, what were you thinking at the time?
I was just being silly, having fun. It was stupid.
How is that fun?
I made a big mistake.
Yeah, that can ruin a girl's life. How is that just having fun?
I am not ruining her life. I did not.
Oh, really? What happens when an 8-year-old gets violated sexually? Does that not ruin their life, Mike?
I do not violate girls sexually. I never violated her.
Asking for nude photos of an 8-year-old is violating her sexually. Do you not think that?
Well, if I did that, and I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Maybe when you are older I can teach you about sex, but not now.
Not now, she's too young.
Well,
then you said not Instagram.
Then you said, do you want to know about sex? Okay, but not on Instagram. Well, why'd you want to switch to Telegram,
But
Mike?
we've never talked about it.
Mike, I have all the messages. You can
Okay.
stop bullshitting.
Okay, well...
Did you want, I mean, I thought telegrams are what old people use back in the day. Oh, never mind. But you know what I mean. Why'd you want to go on the app Telegram?
Well, because
he knows it's
Instagram,
on Tracy.
I just wanted to get off of Instagram.
Because you know Telegram, the cops don't extract anything. You were trying to be safe.
I was trying to determine if she was real or not. If you keep looking in there, I kept saying, I think you're the police. I don't trust you. I said we don't trust each other.
You should have stopped texting.
Do you really want to know about sex?
And I did. I stopped.
Yes.
I stopped.
I could get in trouble. You need to keep this a secret.
I stopped texting.
It doesn't matter. You can beat the shit out of somebody. wanting to kill them, but then if you say, oh, well, I didn't kill him, I stopped killing him, nothing happened to me. Bullshit, Mike.
Well,
fuck you. That's bullshit.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to her. I didn't do anything to her. I'm sorry.
Dude, it can still psychologically them up, Mike.
I don't.
Asking for photos?
Well, I think.
Looking at you can somebody up.
Look,
not just an 8-year-old.
Look, I think y'all had this set up to entrap me.
Entrap? What is entrapping, Mike?
Whoa. Well, she sent me a request. She followed
you?
Yeah.
Who messaged first?
She did.
Nope.
We
Who
have all the
messaged
text.
first?
Did I
Who
message?
messaged? Yes, you said thanks for following me.
Oh yeah, that's my standard procedure when somebody follows me.
But you wanted to talk to her though. You know, I follow people. That doesn't mean they talk to me.
Well,
You think I was following? So I can just go on Kim Kardashian's Instagram and just all I gotta do is follow her. Then that means I can f*** a celebrity. I can f*** a celebrity. Is that how it works, Mike?
I wasn't trying to f*** her.
You were just trying to play with her nipples, Mike.
I was just playing.
How was that playing around?
with her? I was just playing around.
What was the fun part?
To see what would happen.
Yeah, I don't
And now
know.
I see what would happen.
Why do you want to keep it a secret if you're just playing around?
Well, it wasn't good. Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out good. Okay. So, what are we gonna do?
Wait. So
Y'all gonna report me?
Mike, if you just keep talking to us, you'll be fine. But please keep talking to us.
How long do I have to talk?
Oh, you see, for even asking that question. You're not in a position to negotiate right now. You understand that, right?
I do. I do. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, Bad Santa is in trouble. Very big trouble.
I'm in trouble.
Bad Santa.
Bad
3.
Santa. Were you gonna have her strip for you on the North Pole?
No.
Is that what you call your little stripper poles?
No.
For 8-year-olds?
No.
No?
No.
What do you think Mrs. Claus would think about this?
She'd probably divorce me.
Yeah, you've been together with her for a long time, haven't you?
We've been married for about 52 years.
Did y'all meet at Memphis?
Yeah.
So y'all were both tigers?
No, she was not a tiger.
No?
No, I was in military service at the time.
Oh. So when did you get this attraction towards 8-year-old girls? Because you follow a lot of them on Instagram, so just why is that?
I don't know. I'm going to quit doing that.
Uh-huh.
It was a bad mistake.
So it's not the first time.
It was a bad mistake. But I never talked to any of the other girls.
Really? So you haven't messaged them? Bullshit. You have messaged them.
The only thing I ever said was, thank you for following me. Okay?
So also, Mike, you also asked to see her in a bikini photo. LOL, are you serious? Show me a picture of you in a bikini.
Well, she said she had one.
Well, why do you want to see an 8-year-old in a bikini? I don't want to say he has a bikini. I don't want to see him in a bikini. I definitely don't want to see you in a bikini. So why do you want to see her in a bikini?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking.
Yeah. If someone that looks like you is asking for a 2-piece, I would think you would mean fried chicken or something fatty like that, not a bikini, Mike.
Okay, well...
I still want to see, please. I tried on the other end, but I still want to see, please.
Okay.
Oh, Mike, why do you still want to see it? Is that just joking around?
Well, I don't want to see it anymore.
Of course you don't want to see it anymore, Mike, because we're here.
Well, no, I deleted her earlier today.
Oh, today.
Oh, because you got nervous. You lied about having coronavirus.
Well, see, I had lied to her.
Of course, because you're a liar and a pedophile, Mike. That's why you lied. Anyway, well, you didn't want to do anything sexual? Well, it says right here on Telegram. You telegrammed her. LOL, never mind. Can I play with your nipples and on Tuesday?
Yeah, but I was never going to see her. Seriously.
Okay, but why did you want to play with them then? Why did you say you wanted to play with them?
I was just being silly. To see what,
silly boy.
To see what she would say.
What's the joke here, Mike?
So you tell, wait,
after a while, I didn't think she was real.
You have
to be honest
nieces?
with you. What?
You have nieces?
Yeah, I have nieces.
How old are they?
Well, I don't play with them.
Do you want to see them in bikinis too?
No, I don't.
Oh.
So why this 8-year-old? I mean, this is Alabama. Surely you'd want to see your own family members in them.
I was just having fun on internet,
Always have fun,
and it did not turn out very well.
Yeah, absolutely. What the hell's that in your hand?
So what would have turned out good?
Yeah, I thought I'm not going to hit anybody.
Okay, now, have you ever seen a man?
You tell your niece that?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to show her mine.
Well, I'm just asking, why are you asking an 8-year-old? Why should an 8-year-old even be experiencing anything sexual? And texting is sexual, by the way.
Well, I'm sorry that I did all that. What can I say?
Yeah. But why'd you ask her that, though? Like, what were you thinking at the time?
I wasn't. I was being stupid.
Yeah. Yes, we can play any game you want. So you were going to also play video games with her?
I don't play the video games.
Yeah, you were going to play Mario Kart?
I don't know how to play Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I just said that.
I wouldn't even trust you driving in a regular car, much less
I wouldn't
playing.
either.
Take a selfie, please. Excellent, sexy ones, I hope. And by the way, this was you saying all this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you that my account was hacked.
Right.